Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. All right, cool. All right, what up? What up, everyone? It's Wednesday evening over here in Los Angeles. It's about 8:30 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. Just about to post up with Carlo the Husky over here. What's up, Carlo? We just got back from a nice long walk. So we're gonna watch this. Donald Trump did like some kind of like a little press conference over here on a Air Force One on his way back from Turkey. But yeah, I hope you guys are all having a good day. Feel free to hang out and make your voice known. Share your opinions. Please hit the like button. Thank you. All right, here we go. See what the orange man has to say.
Walk to you. It's about 3 times the walk we used to take, right? I hope you like it. So we had a very good day, very good 2 days, and a lot of things were determined. And what was really determined is the country's doing very well. We made a lot of good trade deals with Turkey, and they've been a very good partner. It's been great. President Erdogan's been great, and I hope you had a good time. Any questions?
Mr. President, what was the security concern that caused us to change planes? What was the security concern that caused us to change planes?
We sent this one in so that the Air Force Base here was in the same exact line. So did you see the picture?
We did.
Hundreds of people. Did you see that? We can't see too well, but there are hundreds of people out there. So they came a little bit early and we switched planes.
Do you think there wasn't a security concern?
No.
Was there any other issue?
No, except we sent it a little early. Same line, going back. We sent it a little bit early so that we could let them see the base. The whole base came out. So the plane, and then we landed.
Do you know why they had us close our window blinds? That was not usual.
Well, yeah, because you're probably on a dangerous way because of the sleaze bags that we have to do.
So you think that Iran was possibly thinking target?
I mean, if they asked you to close your windows, probably they didn't ask me to close mine, but if they did, I would have done it. These are sick people. So I could see something like that. I didn't know they did that, but I could see something.
Were you aware of any credible threat by Iran against your
I have a threat all the time. I'm number 1 on their list before you. But if I go, you go. Right?
What was their
So
specific threat today?
perhaps someday you want to change professions. What do you have, Dave? We just hit them very hard. And I say we hit them 20 to 1. Every time they hit us, we're going to hit them 20. And we did it last night. We did a little something today, but it was really retribution for last night. They hit actually 3 boats, not 2. And when they hit, we hit back much harder.
Are you returning to full-scale military conflict, sir?
I don't know. I don't know. But when it,
Hey, what's up, everyone? Hey, what's up? Look, what's up, Lake? What's up, Madame? How you doing? Oh, Lake, you had me fooled with your first comment where you're being all nice, saying hi. I'm sure you're a nice person, but unfortunately, you're a Trump meat rider. But that's okay. We'll help you out. Show you the truth.
it's another way. We have many ways we can win, but we've already won militarily. They have very little. They have very little left, and they want to make a deal so badly. They called a little while ago. They want to make a deal so badly. I just don't know if they're worthy of making a deal. I don't know.
So, Lake, here's the first step. Here's the first step. These billboards are popping up all over the country. trying to help the MAGA cult members. So if you're having doubts, you're not alone. You just got to go to leavingmaga.org. That's the first step.
Honor the deal. That's the problem.
If they want to make a deal, why do you think they attacked commercial vessels?
It's sort of crazy, to be honest with you. It's sort of crazy. They're a little bit arrogant, but they want to make a deal. Badly. So,
You're supposed to be the senator of Mitch McConnell since the top.
No,
How's he doing?
I have no idea. I have no idea how he's doing.
At the beginning of before the NATO side, you spoke.
Who are you with?
Reuters. You had issues with. You said you had issues.
I mean, who doesn't like Biden and Kamala? I mean, we were the hottest country when Biden was president.
with Spain.
I mean, if Kamala was president, we'd be the hottest country right now.
Spain, I will say, I did have issues with Spain, and I still do. But Spain, they came back all the way today. Spain was very generous today. You know, I told them we're going to stop trading.
What did Spain do then?
They honored the request for lots of payments. And if they didn't, we wouldn't even talk to them. They were very bad. They behaved very badly, in my opinion. But there was great unity in that room today. The NATO was pretty amazing, actually. There was something very good about it. I actually wish the press was able to stay. Now, they may have been different if the press was there, but there was tremendous unity and togetherness. It was quite nice.
Are you going to pull more U.S. troops out of Europe? And if so, how many and where specifically?
I haven't made that far. A lot's going to depend on Greenland. They'll have a lot. They'll make a very good deal with Greenland. And if we don't, maybe I will. And a lot's dependent on Iran. I mean, they want to help that.
Hey, what's up, Blake? Sorry, man. I had to put you in a 1-minute timeout just to get rid of all your messages because you were spamming. You're starting to spam. We appreciate everyone's opinion, but come on, man. No spamming, bro.
A little late to the league. Essentially, there's not that much fighting to be done. But some will depend on Iran. When they had a chance and an opportunity to help, they chose not to. So, but we're sort of forgetting about that. And now they want to help. They all want to go. They want to help Iran so badly, but we don't really need help. It's little things. We don't really need help.
Did President al-Shara make any commitments to you on helping with Hezbollah and Lebanon?
Yeah, he did. He's done a great job. He's unified Syria. The president. I'm not going to say what he said, but yeah, he was great today. He was great, and President Zelensky was great too.
Hey, what's happening, Moritz? How you doing?
A lot of good meetings today.
Sir, you suggested that the only reason you came to this summit was because it was held in Turkey. Was this your last day?
Hey, what's up, Florida? Trump, he's just talking a bunch of mumbo jumbo as he always does. I'm just playing this to warm it up. You know, it's only 14 minutes long. I already had enough of my Trumpisms today. I watched all his press conferences from his Turkey summit. So this is like a little speech he gave on Air Force One on his way back to the USA. But this is almost done. It's only got like 10 more minutes left. But after this, we'll play some real politicians because I'm trumped out. You can only take Trump's, you actually lose brain cells if you listen to too much Trump. And I can see why he's got a MAGA cult following. Been listening to this guy. They've been listening to this guy for like the last 10 years. They got MAGA mush brain by this point. But anyways, after this, we'll check out some real politicians. We'll check out Hillary Clinton and Jamie Raskin and Sheldon Whitehouse and Warlock.
I think they came a long way today. They made some concessions. I think NATO came a long way today.
What's the guy's name? Senator Warnock, I think is his name. And we'll check his speech out.
And one of the things, we shouldn't be paying for the kind of money we're paying for. No president. I did in my first term, but Biden immediately gave it back. No president should be having to pay the kind of money we pay. And again, we're really there for protecting them, not for protecting us. It was ultimately protected against this protection against the Soviet Union, now Russia, but it was against the Soviet Union. And you know, honestly, we're very far away. We have an ocean separating us.
Hey, what's up, Andy? I'm right there with you, pal.
Well, so the meeting today settled a lot of things. It was a very, very good meeting. And people understand that the United States we've been treated very unfairly. And then on top of that, they weren't there for a really de-nuking. Because it's really not a war so much, it's a de-nuking of Iran. De-nuclearization of Iran. So this is all about taking nuclear weapons, not allowing Iran to have nuclear weapons, and everybody should like that, even you. You have a question?
Yeah, the housing bill we just saw on Friday night. You signed it. What do you plan to do?
About what?
The housing bill.
It's a very good question. See, I'm a big fan of many bills, but I'm a much bigger fan of the most important bill. It's called the Save America Act. It's voter ID, it's proof of citizenship, and it's...
Nah, there he goes again with his Save the Maggot Act, which is not going to pass because it's unconstitutional. It's against the law. It violates the 10th Amendment. So no, Donnie Orange Turd, your Save the Maggot Act is a failure, just like everything else you do. And it's illegal.
No mail-in ballots, other than it would be very, easy to this, frankly, but military, illness, disability, vacations, you can't get them, you're away, business. But other than that, you should go and vote. And if you don't, people cheat. You look at California, look at what happened to this Spencer Pratt. With the votes, hundreds of thousands, probably millions of votes. He didn't make the runoff. He was so far ahead of third place, it was ridiculous. Maybe ahead of first place. But look at that. Look at what's happened with Steve Hilton. Had the U.S. Attorney not started an investigation, they would have gotten Steve Hilton out.
Nah, Steve Hilton's just an incompetent redcoat, traitor to the country just like you. Same with Spencer Pratt.
Oh, it's very, we're a third world country in some states with respect to voting.
But Friday is the deadline for the housing. Friday is the deadline after which the housing will become law and have your signature.
I'll make it. Not that I dislike it. I dislike the fact that people aren't voting for voter ID with a picture. How can you not vote for voter ID? And by the way, the public wants it 94%. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, no mail-in ballots, other than with the exceptions.
Venezuela, did you tell Machado not to go back to Venezuela the other week? And what's your relationship?
Did I tell him a long time ago?
Well, no, pretty Machado. The opposition figure, did you tell her not to go back?
Oh, no. No, she's terrific. She's a wonderful person. Did she go back? Yes.
She did, and it was reported that
she did or didn't.
She did not. It was reported.
I did not tell anyone not to go back. I think she's a good person. She gave me the Nobel Prize, right? So how can I dislike it? She won the Nobel Prize. She said the only one that should win it is Trump. I didn't know her at all. She said Trump settled 8 wars, which is true. They were talking about it today. Azerbaijan. Think of the wars I settled. 8 wars that were going to win for 30. Even if you look in the Congo versus Rwanda, I settled it. After 14 years and about 15 million people had their heads chopped off. I settled that one. I settled 8 wars. And when she won the Nobel Prize for Peace, she said, I can't believe I won it. The only one that should win it is Trump. Actually, they probably will do the wrong thing. It's very sad with Norway, but I would say I should have won that award more than anybody that ever received the Nobel Peace Prize. Because nobody settled wars. I settled 8 of them because I'm a certain type of personality. I was able to settle. Think of it, India and Pakistan.
Man, this guy's so full of shit. He can't even settle the war that's going on inside of his diaper. As a matter of fact, there's so much crap in his diaper, it's coming out of his mouth. Everything this guy says is nothing but utter lies.
Because you covered it. That war was raging. They were wicked to it. 11 planes were shot down. And that war was going to go nuclear. The Prime Minister of Pakistan said President Trump saved from 30 to 50 million lives. Well, guess what? Could have been a lot more than that.
So Democrats should be able to pick a replacement.
Story that has gotten a lot of attention. Starting on July 1st, Medicare is now covering GLP-1 drugs for weight loss. It's the first time it's ever happened. It happened under your leadership. How big of a deal is that for people?
Well, because of favored nations, the drug prices have come down tremendously. And also, if you look at Trump RX, it's been unbelievable, the price was. But take a look at what.
Oh my goodness, another grift by this con man and fraudster. Trump RX. Hey, you maggots out there, MAGA cult members. You guys all signed up for Trump RX yet? You guys get that Doge check yet?
In terms of favored nations, we paid the highest drug price in the entire world, and now we pay the lowest drug price in the entire world. And that means 400, 500, 600% difference. Think of it. The press doesn't want to write about it. And to get that, I had to get the drug companies to do it, and they were good. But they were good because they knew that I couldn't get the countries to do it. You had to get both. And I called the countries. I said, if you don't do it, we're going to put a very big tariff on you. There's more money. And every country agreed to it. So we went from the highest drug prices in the world, like in New York, a pill would cost $130, and in London it costs $10. So now it costs $20 and $20. Because the world is a bigger place, so it's not really split 50-50. So we got it down, and it's a great question because that should have a huge impact on healthcare because prescription drugs is a big price. But prescription drugs have come down 400 to 500 to 600%.
This guy's literally pulling out numbers out of his soiled diaper.
And that alone should win us the midterms. And the Democrats will terminate it and try and blame somebody else like us, as I call it, the Democrats. Democrats.
Speaking of Democrats, do you think that the Democrats should be able to pick a replacement for Graham Plattner? He's had all these new allegations that have come out. Now Democrats are talking about picking a replacement for him. Should they be able to do that?
They're picking what?
A replacement for Graham Plattner if he steps out of the race.
So he won the primary.
And now there's these new
It's
allegations.
very hard for them to do. And it's really a question of whether or not you believe the woman. A lot of people say big falsehoods. It's he's in the mind. He's in the mind. But should they be able to do it? Well, I guess he's going to lose. I would imagine he's going to lose. It's very interesting when a Republican woman came out with the same charge, nobody believed it. When this woman came out, everybody believed it. Right now, did you get any pictures of it? You don't want it. They wouldn't sell them. So, any other questions?
Federal Reserve working paper came out, and it suggested that the illegal migration surge under Joe Biden caused housing costs to spike 30%. What is the lesson to be learned in
Well,
that?
what's happening is housing costs are going down because, and rental costs are going down because we're getting so many illegals out of the country.
This guy's so full of shit right here. I guarantee you nobody in the chat can say that their rent has gone down or mortgage has gone down.
But Joe Biden raised the cost of housing by 40 and 50%. The cost of rental, because they were housing illegal aliens in all of those empty units, and now they're coming down because we're removing people that are here illegally, criminals from the Congo, from Venezuela. We love Venezuela, but Maduro emptied out his jails. They opened up their jails in many countries. 25 million people. I think we're getting most of the bad ones out, and we still have the process, but we've done very well on that. But it was a tremendous increase in housing costs. By allowing you don't even think of it, and you don't pay for it, the federal government. So the federal government is renting it tremendous.
He's doing the accordion hands, guy. Accordion hands. That means he's telling extra juicy lies.
All of these houses to service illegal immigrants, but they're not taking care of our soldiers. They didn't take care of our soldiers. So it's sad thing. Enjoy the flight.
Thank you so much.
It was number 5 or 6 or 7 today. And every question is a kill. But then we have Dan Hewlett and very good reporters. You're a great reporter. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh man. All
For
right.
what? I mean, how?
So that was the end of that Trump little interview he did on Air Force One. So now let's get to a real politician. Hillary Clinton in the house. All right, what up, everyone? So this is an interview Hillary Clinton did recently. Let's check it out. Tired of listening to Trump. Want to listen to somebody that has some brains. So let's listen to Hillary Clinton and see what she has to say. All right, here we go.
Corruption that is not even being hidden. The level of corruption, political and financial corruption, that is.
So this is titled Hillary Clinton, the Supreme Court knows its own rulings are nonsensical. This is from a channel called Democracy Docket.
Isn't being hidden anymore, Mark. It is out.
And this came out 7 days ago.
Plain view. Perhaps the midterm elections will at least put the Democrats in a position to try to do something about it, but these people are unleashed and unhinged.
Secretary Hillary Clinton, welcome back to Defending Democracy.
Thank you so much, Mark Elias. It is always a pleasure to be with you and do anything I can to support the important work you're doing.
Well, I always start with the proposition that Hillary Clinton was right all along. So that's going to be the theme of this episode. And so I want to start with, unfortunately, something you were right about, which is the U.S. Supreme Court. We have seen in the last few weeks them rule against independent federal agencies, except for the Federal Reserve Board, right? In the FTC case involving Rebecca Slaughter, they said that basically the president can fire whoever he wants. They seem to carve out something of an exception for the Federal Reserve Board. We saw them rule today against transgender rights. We have seen them rule in various other cases against what seems to be common sense interpretations, and even the cases that we kind of agree with. Birthright citizenship, it was 6-3, it wasn't 9-0 as many people expected. Case that I was involved in winning involving mail-in voting was 5-4. A case that honestly, if you'd asked me 2 years ago, I would have said, I don't know, 7-2, 9-0. So what do you make of the Supreme Court today?
Well, Mark, I think you and I probably make of it the same. This is a movement conservative court that was installed for the purpose of turning the clock back on a lot of our rights, but more than that, precedent that had literally stood the test of time in how our government should actually operate with appropriate checks and balances. And I think that, their view about this so-called unitary executive, which really is a fancy way of saying the president can do whatever he wants to do, unless we have some qualms, but then we will, only apply the qualms if it's a Democratic president, not a Republican president named Trump. I don't think there's any sugarcoating it. This is a court that was hand-selected by the Federalist Society that was in.
Hey, what's up, Biff? How you doing? I've never really watched this channel, but I noticed Hillary Clinton was on it, so wanted to see this interview. But yeah, this is a Democracy Docket.
To do exactly what it's doing. It's shocking when they don't fall in line with Trump. It's shocking when they stand up to him on anything. But as you rightly say, some of what they do is still splitting the blanket. Why would birthright citizenship be a divided decision, even though it came out allegedly the right way? Look at the mental gymnastics they went through to, give the president literally the power that used to be available to a president in the middle of the 19th century to hire and fire and influence anybody in the federal government to do whatever the president wants, except for the Federal Reserve Board. I mean, it is a nonsensical, and it's almost embarrassing to read because they know it's nonsensical, but they don't care. And what we've got is a full court attack on fundamental principles of constitutional law, judicial precedent, long-standing norms and interpretation. And it truly is turning the clock back. You know, when I voted against Alito, I gave a speech on the Senate floor. And as I recall, I said, you know, this nominee wants to turn the clock back, not just on the last 50 years, but the last 100 years, on the 20th century. Corporate power is to be privileged over individual and community power. Money is the god. You know, you have no limits on what you can spend to influence the political system. And it was something that, you know, I was worried about, which is why I voted against both Alito and Roberts for different reasons, but coming out of the same concerns, that this was a concerted effort to try to fight the battle over rule of law, rights, constitutional interpretation, balance of power, checks and balances, institutional, restraint, and it's clear where they stand.
Yeah, you know, it's funny you mentioned that you took on both Alito and Roberts, because as I recall, there were a lot of Democrats who were willing to take on Alito, but Roberts kind of charmed a lot of Senate Democrats, honestly. And, you know, it is now very much in fashion in the Democratic Party to say, you know, that someone is a fighter. Like they fight, they stand up and they take hard fights. And I feel like sometimes recently that gets conflated with sort of ideology, you know, centrism within the Democratic Party, or leftism, the far left, the mid left, the center left, whatever it is. Like, and I think that like it's important for people to understand that your entire career in the Senate, and then as in the administration, and then as the Democratic nominee, and since, has been to fight against what, you know, Republicans and the Tea Party movement at the time, and now the Trump administration is. And along the way, you know, you took on the alt-right, and I've asked you about that before, like in a really important speech that we'll link to that people should read, way before people were talking about kind of like the crazy online right. You kind of identified it. So can you talk about where you think we are as sort of a party of fighters?
I did have the benefit of seeing and understanding fairly early the very well-organized, well-funded coalition that brought together economic interests, religious interests, ideological and partisan interests, starting, you know, certainly in the 70s, but it had been brewing for a lot longer than that. But it was a coalition of, the rejectionists, the movement of not just politics, but of culture and society was, in their view, contrary to their preferred understanding of the American experiment. And certainly during the 90s, you know, being on the front lines of a lot of the battles against these interests, which led me, you know, to say at the end of the 90s, there was a vast right-wing conspiracy, you know, which a lot of people thought was overstatement. But in fact, it
turns out it was understatement. Like, it's truly one of these things. When I say this is the episode about Hillary Clinton was always right, like literally when you said that there was a vast right-wing conspiracy, people jumped all over you. It turns out it was much vaster.
Yeah,
more
it was. But, you know, part of what happened.
I heard recently that, I think as of yesterday or today, Trump and his paramilitary Gestapo goons murdered and executed another person in Houston, Texas. And then I heard a National Guard shot someone in Tennessee. These guys are out of control. Yeah, they all need to get voted out. Need to take back the House and the Senate. Blue wave tsunami, guys.
90s very clearly there'd always been, radio figures, Father Coughlin and others who were, from the right, who were extremely negative about Franklin Roosevelt or Harry Truman. And yet in the 90s, we saw the proliferation of media outlets. That's when Fox came on the air. Rush Limbaugh was dominating the radio audiences, and others that were, following in his wake. So what had been a kind of, behind the scenes effort to marshal the money to get, Justice Powell to write his famous memo about how corporations had to stand up against, efforts to undermine corporate power, all of that. It was kind of carried out behind the scenes. It was, discussed in, hotel dining rooms, at think tanks that were funded by financial interests on the right. All of that had been going on. But with the advent of an effective communication strategy to go much further beyond the bounds of right-wing American politics, into the churches, into the Republican Party, into, the press in ways that really began to create this broad-based movement. And then, of course, it, was obviously exponentially increased with the advent of the internet and the information ecosystem that privileged.
Hey, what's up, Idaho? Yeah, we encourage and respect everyone's free speech, but please refrain from any personal attacks. Thank you.
Disinformation, misinformation, and the like. So I saw that happening, and I really did feel like it was an existential political threat. And I saw that there were real coalitions, Moral Majority, obviously, that was an important part of the merging of the Republican Party with the religious right. And
whatever, Idaho, go snort some more Kool-Aid. Self-deport to Jonestown.
How voices that had been, attacking or complaining about the politics of FDR, for example, were now joined with the politics of grievance against the culture. The women's movement, the civil rights movement, the gay rights movement. I mean, all of these were rejected by the very forces on the right, but they understood how to weaponize that. Their economic arguments were not going to win the day, but their cultural warfare was quite effective. So that was the backdrop of what I was seeing as I was both in the White House and then running for office myself.
So you mentioned one of the topics that I wanted to talk to you about, which is civil rights. So in 1965, Congress passes the Voting Rights Act, landmark piece of legislation. Throughout the years, you saw Democratic and Republican support the reauthorization of the Voting Rights Act. I think you were in the Senate, actually, when it was passed 98-0 in the Senate. So you probably had talks with your colleagues on the Republican senators about it. You saw it reauthorized by.
Nah, Tony, you're just a troll that just got put in a 5-minute timeout.
Signed into law by Richard Nixon, by Ronald Reagan, by George Bush, all Republican presidents. The Supreme Court this term, in the Calais case out of Louisiana, all of a sudden decided that, in its view, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, the last remaining piece that essentially protects Black voting power, minority voting power, is unconstitutional. And so talk me through how you see this evolution from a sort of bipartisan, Ronald Reagan's calling the Voting Rights Act in 1982 the crown jewel of American liberty.
Exactly.
I mean, you probably could say what the people were saying on the Senate floor in 2006, but how did we get from there to here?
When the Voting Rights Act was passed, and literally I rank President Johnson's speech promoting the Voting Rights Act as one of the greatest speeches I personally have ever experience. I remember being glued to our little black and white TV, watching him make the case for this legislation to protect the voting rights of all Americans, particularly Black and other minority Americans. That was always a flashpoint for the anti-civil rights mentality that was not just in the South, but heavily located in the South. And remember, Johnson said with the passage of this bill, along with the 1964 Civil Rights Act, the Democratic Party has lost the South for a generation. Well, it turns out like 3 or 4 or 5 or maybe, infinite generations. So he was not in any way naive about the continuing opposition to the very simple proposition of one person, one vote, and establishing the institutional framework to guarantee that. And as you rightly point out, that was at least at the level of leadership of the Republican Party, Ronald Reagan, George H.W. Bush, that was accepted and embraced as a part of the American journey toward a more perfect union. So you're right. I was in the Senate when we voted 98 to nothing to reauthorize it, and I remember that came after literally thousands of pages of evidence. People went to great lengths to provide evidence about continuing discriminatory treatment, both intent and effect. And the evidence was overwhelming. It's not like, a little bit here, a little bit there, to the point that 98 of us voted in favor of it. And George W. Bush said he would sign it, which he did. But remember, I told you I voted against Roberts. And one of the reasons that
MAGA cult members have done so many mental gymnastics the last 10 years. Yeah, they don't have a clue what reality is anymore. They just know Orange Man good.
Roberts, because you know this, is he was a law clerk for Rehnquist, Chief Justice Rehnquist. And he wrote a memo about how abominable it's not the word he used, but that's the intent, or that's what came across to me, the Voting Rights Act was, and how we needed to get, beyond it. Naive, but deliberately so. Putting on those rose-colored glasses of a post-racial world, which never has existed, never will exist, which is why you need laws and you need institutional frameworks. So it didn't surprise me that when they got...
Hey, what's up, Mud Butters? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Appreciate you.
...report that Roberts was now in charge of, they brought the laws that could bring this case, and literally for a so-called conservative court, there's nothing conservative about it. And there's certainly nothing conservative about the lack of respect they have for congressional power, for Article 1 power.
How's Hillary a racist? She's not a racist. Donald Trump's the one over there putting out AI photos of the Obamas as apes.
Which looked at this problem, which studied this problem, which gathered evidence on this problem, and thought the Voting Rights Act was still necessary in order to conduct free and fair elections where everyone would feel that they were heard, their voice was counted, they were represented. And so this is part of the very long game that the movement conservatives play. They never seem to get discouraged like people on the center left and left do, like, oh my gosh, why didn't you do this? I'm done with you. They play a long game, and they set up the Federalist Society, and they recruit young lawyers, and they place them in Republican administrations, and then they, curry their careers to be in the right places at the right times, and they then dominate the court. It's, just the reality of the court that we currently have. But the full-scale assault on voting rights, which this court has wielded, is, so contrary to reality. There is no doubt in my mind, as we saw what state legislators did to try to destroy majority Black districts, but it wasn't just their legislative action. I read a lot of reporting about what they were saying. You know, free at last from having to be fair to Black voters and other minority voters. We can do what we want, and pretty soon, you know, as they say, you know, we're choosing the voters we want. The voters are not choosing the representatives they want. And, you know, all of the half-hearted arguments about, you know, how we've advanced beyond that, you know, they were just put to the lie when you saw what happened in state legislatures, which was gleeful to the point of, you know, really stomach turning about how they were going to eliminate, you know, the voting rights and the representation rights of Black and brown and other voters.
I'll be right back with more of my conversation with Hillary Clinton in a moment. But, you know, I started Democracy Docket in 2020. When you run for president, Donald Trump is the weaponization of government. People may or may not remember, but you were targeted by a like witch hunt of a independent counsel. In fact, it was so abusive that it actually led to the abolishment of the independent counsel statute on a bipartisan basis. This was in the 1990s. Later, when you run for president, Donald Trump is leading chance to have you locked up for it is entirely unclear what, other than you are running for president against him. There is, you know, the House, I think it was the House, maybe you're going to tell me it was the Senate, had you testified for hours upon hours upon hours.
Well, I testified actually in both. This is about Benghazi. I testified in both. 7 congressional committees were, you know, very clear that, you know, there was nothing there, and they closed their investigations. We actually made some recommendations about how to improve security. That's when they created the so-called special committee in the House. And the stated purpose was, you know, to literally bring me down because I left the State Department with a 67% approval rating for the job I've done. And, you know, if there were a chance I might run for president, which obviously some people thought I might, then let's bring her down. So,
hey, Danny, I think it's about time you delete the Fox News app off your phone, bud. And delete the Truth Social app while you're at it.
You know, a rump committee and have me testify for, as I recall, 11 hours. And then they walk out of the committee and say, there's no there there. But, you know, they're very good at performative politics. And so the very fact that I was testifying for 11 hours, you know, puts in the heads of voters like, oh my gosh, you know, must be some reason why she's testifying for 11 hours. So, you know, they were, you know, they knew what they were doing. They're good at this.
I wasn't actually done with all the weaponization against you. then we had the John Durham investigation, which was an absolute sham and an absolute.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Juicebox? Yeah, I heard a maggot somewhere in a chat somewhere, in the comment section, saying that Donald Trump paid for Coretta King's funeral. So I was like, that's some bullshit. So I Googled it, and it's not even true. You got these maggots out there trying to say, like, I mean, these maggots are trying to compare Charlie Kirk to Martin Luther King. It's absurd.
And it drives me crazy that the legacy media has not exposed that for what it was, but that obviously led to nothing, led to a handful of people getting indicted and acquitted. But that was a smear effort aimed at you and your campaign. I'm sure I have missed 5 or 6 other efforts, but I want to ask you, like, now that we see like the Department of Justice just openly going after Tish James in New York, going after James Comey, who I am no fan of, but like the guy should be able to take pictures of seashells, going after ordinary Americans, you know, going after people, you know, there was just a instance of a poll worker in Syracuse who was confronted by ICE agents for
inside the polling place.
Yeah, again, this is one of these places where no one listened to you when you were saying that what is going on here is just the gross abuse of the.
Oh yeah, Trump's already sending his ICE goons, his Gestapo goons into polling places, which is extremely against the law. That's treason right there.
to politicize law enforcement and government against political opponents. What do you like? Where are like Donald Trump seems to be elevating this to a whole other level.
The level of political persecution by the Trump Justice Department, which has really turned into a big personal law firm for him and his allies to go after his perceived political enemies, is a tragic development. I mean, I am deeply worried about the hollowing out of the Justice Department. I don't know what they're missing. I have no idea, what the Russians, the Chinese, and others are doing, what crime, syndicates are doing. They don't seem to care. They don't seem to pay much attention to that. They're more interested in going after, his perceived enemies. I guess he has like an enemies list that would put, Nixon's to shame. And it's,
And you're on it.
oh, yeah, that never ends. But it is, the level of corruption, political and financial corruption, that is not even being hidden anymore, Mark. It is out in plain view. And perhaps the midterm elections will at least.
She's talking about all Donald Trump's corruption right now.
The Democrats in a position to try to do something about it, but these people are unleashed and unhinged. And it's very difficult to rein them in if you don't have a Justice Department to rein them in. You use state attorneys general, private litigants, but it's very hard to go after this blatant corruption and begin to hold people account. But we have to try. And I think with Trump, he is going to double down. I see no indication that even if he loses the House and the Senate in the midterms, that's going to affect him, because he doesn't care about the law. He doesn't care about complying, and nobody can make him comply. The federal judges that have stopped him from doing certain things are doing all they can. And thankfully, a lot of the judges at the district and appellate court level who have ruled against him have been appointed by both Democratic and Republican presidents, including Trump himself. So that is our only safety valve. Unfortunately, oftentimes when they rule against Trump and any of his administration, the Supreme Court on the puts it on the emergency docket and basically gives them what they want and say we'll get around to the decision on the merits at some future point. It's been a mixed bag, but the courts are the only check that we currently have. If the Congress is under Democratic majority control, I think there's so much to be investigated, and I have urged that they be investigated, investigating a lot of the corruption, the financial corruption that is on the front pages of newspapers. So this is going to be a huge challenge because Trump is not going to comply if unless literally is forced to, and it's hard to force him to because he lies and he gets out from under obligations and he says one thing and it's not true and it's hard to pin him down. And he is just going to, continue to govern the way he wants to govern, which is free of any norm, law, constitutional provision, legal admonition. So I am very worried. I think
Biden's only screw up was not throwing Trump in prison.
Term elections is not going to be easily translated into the agenda for affordability and the accountability that needs to be pursued.
I've got to come back to this idea of fighting, and you as a fighter and a role model, frankly, for people like me and others who learned from working for you for your campaign and watching you in public life, that you gotta stand up to the bullies. You can't back down.
Hey, what's up, Jennifer? How's it going?
you've got to realize that when you are on the right side, it is worth fighting. You and I were both co-defendants in a lawsuit brought by Donald Trump in Florida. I think he thought he would bring a case in a favorable court, and he would go after you and me and a whole bunch of other people. And instead, he lost, and he lost so badly his lawyers got sanctioned.
Hey, what's up, everyone? How's everyone doing? What's up, Jennifer, Ryan, TM, Idaho, Jackson, Tube Steak Johnson? That's a funny name. What's happening, y'all? Hope you guys are all having a pleasant Wednesday evening, and thanks for choosing to hang out here and share your opinions. But yeah, right now we're watching this like Hillary interview that happened within the last week. We're halfway through. It's pretty interesting.
They owe you attorney's fees. Like it turned into a rout. And I always point out to people that when Donald Trump sued you and me and others, we didn't like say, let's figure out how to settle. We weren't like, okay, how do we cut a deal? But yet everywhere we stood up and we fought and
oh yeah, no one can ever compare to Trump. Trump's like if you were to write like a movie script and try to like think of like an evil bad guy, like Trump is somebody that you wouldn't even like be able to make up. Like this dude's so corrupt in so many ways, it's crazy.
You know, like kudos to you and
I mean the Trumpstein files, his crimes against humanity, his war crimes, his corruption. I mean the list is just endless.
Kendall and a whole bunch of lawyers did a great job and helped justice prevail. But when you look around and you see all of these big institutions and people with all of the resources in the world to fight, I mean, a lot more resources than you have, certainly more resources than I have. Like they could afford to stand up and fight, and instead they capitulate. Like, do you ever call them and say, "Hi, this is Hillary Clinton"? Like, what are you guys doing? Like,
No. But I've been very disappointed, starting with the law firms, and big kudos to the ones who stood up to Trump. And guess what? They won. You know, I always knew these were winnable cases, and why so-called big law capitulated. And their only explanation was, well, we represent a diversity of clients and all the rest. I'm a recovering lawyer, and I like a lawyer who fights for me. I like a lawyer who stands up and fights, especially a lawyer who stands up and fights, for what's right, regardless of, the challenges and the odds. And these law firms, it was just total acquiescence. They thought they could just brush it off, keep going, pay no price. I think they did pay a price. And I think that's, very unfortunate. A lot of the universities were in a more difficult position because, they are dependent in their research and a lot of faculty funding on the federal government. And when you have a president who doesn't respect science, doesn't care about research, doesn't think that any of it is important, it was a very difficult challenge for them to deal with that. And I have more sympathy for them, the idea that you could fight when you were.
Damn, it's crazy. Cause like, it's been like 10 years since Hillary and Trump faced off in Trump's first term in 2016. Man, the world would be such a better place if Hillary had won that election. It's crazy.
On the federal government, it made it harder.
But that's okay. The world will be even better once Trump is removed, impeached, removed, and imprisoned in about 4 months.
It's been trying to maneuver through it, cut deals, get out from under it, get their funding back. But the ones that really...
Hey, what's up, Thorne? Hey, good to see you. Hey, that's right. Yeah, I've been watching like low key. Like sometimes if I'm looking for something to watch, nothing's on. My algorithm started throwing me like old school like political debates, like from like the 76, 80, 84, 88, all those elections, all those debates that they had, like I was watching, who was I watching? Reagan versus Bush. That was interesting. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of those. But yeah, I watched the Al Gore one versus Bush versus George W. Bush, like Bush 2.0. Yeah, Al Gore won that election, but they cheated then too in the 2000. In like Florida, it was in Florida they cheated.
Make me sad are the big corporations. People who are worth a lot more than Donald Trump, people who run major corporations, people who should have the confidence to, be able to stand up to him. I always did a little cheer when any one of them did. Like I remember Costco decided that
Yeah, I was watching the Nixon versus Kennedy debate. That was pretty cool. Walter Mondale.
I don't know what you think about DEI, but we have a diverse workforce. We have a diverse, customer base. We have a diverse supply chain. We like diversity. Diversity is good for Costco, and you know what? Equity is kind of a good thing too, because we want to treat people in an equitable manner, and we want to be inclusive because that gives us a bigger market. Hooray for Costco! But there were too few of those who said we're not going to be cowed. Too many of them, reacted quickly, capitulated. I think they hurt themselves. I think they're still hurting themselves. And, it's disappointing. But the media capitulation was of a different sort. They just bought up the media. It was, reminded me of the way Putin sent out his oligarchs to try to buy up the media in Europe in order to influence politics, to suborn leaders, to try to get a pro-Russian, pro-Putinism approach. So you look at the different institutions and why they did what they did. There might have been slightly different reasons, but the bottom line is that, the calculation they made was to go along and, in many cases, I think, abase themselves in order to curry favor with Trump and his associates. And it was a very sad, spectacle.
I've got to ask you a couple of questions, putting on your expertise in foreign affairs and former Secretary of State hat. So I am worried that Bill Pulte is the head of the Office National Intelligence?
The National Director of Intelligence, NDI.
Yeah, I wasn't, to be honest with you, all that keen on Tulsi Gabbard in that position.
You should have been.
Last I checked, she was hanging out in an evidence truck. Ballots were being seized in Fulton. Bill Pulte does not seem to be qualified to be the head of national intelligence. And I am worried that, we have seen efforts by foreign governments to interfere in our elections. And Bill Pulte does not seem like the kind of guy who's going to stop the interference.
Not if they're on their side, nope.
Can you just walk people like me who are not experts at this, through what it is that this office does, and whether we should be worried about interference in elections or not?
You should definitely be worried about everything. This is a naked partisan takeover of the Director of National Intelligence, which was formed following 9/11 to better try to coordinate the various intelligence agencies, the CIA, the NSA, there's 17 of them, because we missed a lot of signals that we should have paid attention to leading up to 9/11. And it was thought in this legislation that created the Department of Homeland Security and
9/11 was an inside job.
DNI, that this would be a better coordinating mechanism. I think there's a lot of problems with it, but it is at the hub of all of our intelligence.
It's like how did Tower 7 collapse like that? Nothing even hit it.
DNI has access to everything that they want to see. I mean, I hope there are career and even political appointees in various of the agencies that are slow walking
Hey, what's up? What's up, Aloha Kitty? Good to see you. Appreciate you. Glad you're here, or glad you tapped in and said what's up. But yeah, what up, everyone? Checking out this Hillary Clinton interview on a channel called Democracy Docket.
To share information with Pulte. But I would also call out to, I don't know why there hasn't been a lawsuit brought. He is manifestly unqualified under the statute to hold that position, I would argue, even in an acting role. They're not going to nominate him thinking they can avoid the collision with the statutory requirements, but somebody ought to be bringing a lawsuit to test it, to try to enjoin him until the merits are decided as to whether an acting DNI doesn't have to comply with the requirements, which strikes me as another tortured argument that is worth trying to test. He is just installed as a deputy, somebody who's one of these election conspiracy theorists who think Trump won in 2020, or even if they don't think it, they say it because that's how they get in good with Trump and the delusion that he tries to perpetuate on all of us. So the bottom line to me is he's very dangerous. He's a loose cannon. We saw what he did trying to go after alleged enemies of Trump when he was at the mortgage agency. And I just think it's so deeply insulting to the intelligence community to put someone who, number one, knows nothing, has never had a position where he was exposed to anything with respect to intelligence. But I am sure they are cheering it in Beijing and Tehran and Moscow and other places because it's a shambles. It was a shamble under Tulsi Gabbard, who was, chasing red herrings as fast as she could pedal, trying to act like, that was the real threat to our country. We are facing incredible threats, cyber threats, AI threats, conventional military threats, nuclear weapon threats, biological threats. I mean,
hey, what up? Hey, thanks for becoming a Siberian Husky pack member. Appreciate you, Aloha Kitty. What's up, Carlo? Oh, Carlo's over there laying down. But when Carlo comes over here, we'll say what's up to the Husky. And we'll be going on more Carlo adventures.
Goes on. And we need the best intelligence we can get. And there's no way that's going to happen with somebody like Pulte in charge.
Hey, thank you very much, Aloha Kitty. Appreciate you.
DNI. And, it's so contemptuous. It's not just contemptuous of the intelligence professionals. They're not always right. They make mistakes. But the ones that I've dealt with over many, many years have by and large, tried to figure out what was happening that could threaten our security, that could, go after our electric grid, that could shut down our air traffic control system, that could disrupt our healthcare system, that, on and on. The threats are pretty real that we have to deal with, and we need smart, dedicated professionals protecting us, and we don't have that.
So I'm going to let you escape without me asking you about 2028. But I'm going to ask you about 2026.
Okay.
So, you've alluded to this, and I've said it, that I think the midterm elections are essential for democracy. We need Democrats to do well. We need Democrats to take control of the House and the Senate. We need Democrats to win up and down the ballot. You now have the luxury of not having to be on the ballot yourself, but watching the field develop with the history, with the experience and the judgment that comes with it. What's your advice to Democrats? Like, what do you worry about? What do you think that they need to do more of? What do you think? Well,
we're not going to win the majority just by, changing who's in the chair in deep blue districts. And obviously we've seen a lot of energy go into that. We have to win districts that are currently held by Republicans in order to take back the majority. And we have to win states that are either currently held by Republicans or were and are now open seats in order to win back the Senate. So I am a numbers person. How do we get to the numbers we need to control the House and the Senate? Because, all of this talk about affordability and accountability and everything everybody wants to do, none of it will happen if we don't have the majority. When I was in the Senate for 8 years, I was in the majority and in the minority, and it's a lot better being in the majority. And I want to see us get to the majority, and that means winning swing districts. And so a lot of the energy is in the public, anyway, on the left with these internecine Democratic fights in.
She's right. I just looked it up, like key swing states. So yeah, so anyone that's in like Pennsylvania, North Carolina, I think Georgia, we got it with George Ossoff is holding down the fort. Even Texas with Tallarico, we're going to take that over too. But yeah, if anyone's out there in Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Michigan, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, make sure you get out there and tell everyone you know how much of a piece of crap Donald Trump is, and to make sure their vote counts.
Districts. But what I'm looking at are the candidates that are being nominated that have a chance to win in districts and states that we need to win in order to be successful. And there I'm actually very encouraged. I think we have good candidates from what I've seen being nominated that fit the district, that are running good campaigns. And every district to some extent, particularly the swing districts, may have a slightly different look to them because what would play in a swing district in New York may not play in a swing district on the border in Texas or in the Valley in California. And so you do need to have an overall message, which is affordability and accountability, and then you fill in the blanks. But you also need to run as a candidate that can win the votes of a majority of people in your district. And I'm encouraged, but it's a long time between now and November. And I was especially encouraged by the mail-in ballot decision that came out of Mississippi. Thank you and your team and everybody, Mark. It's ridiculous that we would be looking at ways of limiting voters, but that's the only way they can win. They can't win a fair fight in a district or a state, which is why Trump is so obsessed with stealing voter rolls and purging voters and, making up ridiculous claims about, people not eligible as citizens for voting, of which, that is like so vanishingly, non-existent. It is, laughable. But that's his game because he can't win a fair fight. And his Republican Party, which has, become a cult answering only to him, can't win a fair fight.
So as you look out across the country at the House and Senate races, the governor's races, all of that, it feels to me like Trump has sort of lost some of his grip. Like it is still, he can still, swing a small primary electorate where it is a Republican. But between the war in Iran, which seems very unpopular, the inflation, which he seems almost contemptuous of, it doesn't feel like he is leading the Republicans down a successful path.
Well, I think to go back to what we were talking about earlier, I think he has become more and more unhinged and more obsessed with what makes him feel strong and powerful. And I never thought he cared much about the people, including the people who vote for him and showed up at his rallies and all the rest of it. But I think it's gotten a lot worse. I mean, the contempt he has shown to a bipartisan accomplishment, whatever you think about all of the features of the housing bill. I know that Republicans and Democrats actually worked together and did their jobs in both the Senate and the House. And they came out with a bill that they hope would help to spark more, housing around the country. It's one of the main issues people talk about. He could care less. He wants to stay in power, not to provide housing for people, not to provide health care for people, not to really improve the financial well-being of the average American. He wants to stay in power for the perks. He wants to stay in power for the financial benefits flowing to him and his family. He wants to stay in power to wield unaccountable power against anyone that he considers a political obstacle or an adversary. So I think it's pretty apparent, and the polling seems to demonstrate that, obviously he has no support among Democrats. Those few alleged Democrats who may have voted for him in 2024 have, seen the error of their ways and kind of returned. Whether they vote for Democrats, I don't know, but they're not going to vote for him or his candidates. The independents, the numbers are very strongly against him. People who may have voted for him, but they didn't vote.
Speaking about voting, hey, thanks for everyone that's voted in the poll so far. So out of close to 500 votes, a whopping 59% of you voted that Donald Trump is a disgrace to this country. So that's pretty much how it's going to go down in the midterms, guys. Blue wave tsunami, taking back the House and the Senate. Because I dare any of you maggots out there, you maggot cult members. You guys got your little favorite right-wing podcaster or whatever. Go tell your favorite right-wing podcaster to do a poll. You'll notice none of these right-wing ball-licking podcasters will ever do a poll of is Donald Trump a good president? ? Because they'll just get ratioed out. They can't control it. They can't control the pool. They can control the comments. So that's why they always get so ratioed out in the comments. That's why they just delete everybody, whoever tries to comment. I never even bother watching or commenting on any of that crap. But I've noticed that the few minutes that I have scrolled across it. But yeah, if any of them try to do a poll, they'll get ratioed out 70 to 30.
Or in Iran, they didn't vote for the corruption, tearing down the East Wing of the White House. They didn't vote for him saying things like, I don't care about inflation. I don't care about housing. I don't care literally about you. They didn't vote for their healthcare premiums going up. They didn't vote for any of that. So I think if we get a good turnout, a good midterm turnout, I feel very good about our chances. And I also think there is a, hardcore, it's about 34-35% of the electorate who are, literally going to follow him off the cliff. But will they show up? I mean, how enthusiastic will they be? As I look at the elections that we've held in the last year and a half, Democratic turnout is much higher. There seems to be more energy on the Democratic side. So his contempt for America, for our rule of law, for an agenda that would actually improve the lives of Americans, I think is so obvious now that people are, turning away, and he's doubling down. He's doubling down on his exercise of power in a way that I guess gives him some kind of psychic narcissistic reward. I don't know what else it does, but he loves tearing things down. He loves going after people. He loves insulting people. He hates answering questions that he finds, troublesome. And I think that, that act is getting old for everybody.
So the last thing I wanted to ask you about is you recently, I think, called for the abolition of the Electoral College, which would be a really good start.
Actually, I called for it in 2000.
Oh, did you? Okay.
I did, when I won my Senate race and Al Gore won the popular vote and lost the Electoral College, that's the first time I said, this needs to go, because this is not reflective of one person, one vote. And we shouldn't be hanging on to an anachronism that was designed for slave-owning states, really.
So you are speaking my language here, because I think that one of the great limiting features of the Biden administration, I'm not going to ask you to criticize the Biden administration, but one of the criticisms I had for them is that though Joe Biden himself spoke eloquently about democracy issues and really gave some of, I thought, his best speeches were speeches about voting and democracy, I think his administration was way too cautious. And I think it was very sort of tied to norms and tradition and nostalgia for maintaining what was. The next few years, Democrats are going to have to make some decisions about what to prioritize. I hope they will prioritize democracy issues. But I think that if they do that, they have to take some big swings. They have to go beyond just restoring the Voting Rights Act to what it was in 1965. But as I've said before, we can do better than a law that was passed in 1965. We could be more proactive. We can do things like, work towards abolishing the Electoral College, which, as you say, is an anachronism at best, right? It's out. We did away with the state legislatures appointing senators. We certainly, could move to a popular system of elections for president. I wonder if you, either have particular ideas or if you see any energy in this space within the Democratic Party and the center left and left to kind of like reimagine how we can make democracy stronger when we hold power.
Absolutely, and I could not agree with you more. If we don't do that, shame on us. If we don't come up with, real protections for voting rights, take a look at the Voting Rights Act. Let's re-envision it for the 21st century, as you said. Take a look at popular vote. I mean, the popular vote movement is going state by state, and they're getting closer to a 270 electoral number that might feel possible. But let's figure out what legislation in Congress could protect that, so that it's a structure that would be blessed by federal legislation, so that when we reach perhaps the number of states we need, so that the states electors vote for the winner of the national popular vote.
Hey, what's up? What's up? Here, meow. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate it. And thank you as well for sharing your opinion. Hope you're doing well out there. Thanks for tuning in and hanging out.
Protected against Supreme Court, interference. So I think there is an agenda, an affirmative agenda that we need to be looking at. I'm totally on board, and I would look to you, Mark, and other defenders of democracy. You've been in the trenches. You understand the games they play. You understand how to protect us against those. Let's start working right now. My fear, and I've said this to a lot of people, is, we don't, as I mentioned earlier, play the long game, and we don't play it in a coherent, unified way. So I'm sure there are people, the center left, far left, whatever we call ourselves, who are working on what they want to see. But let's get together. There are certain fundamental decisions that have to be made. Democracy is core to that.
Everyone can say whatever they want about any politician. At the end of the day, no one's perfect. But we all got to face the reality. At least the MAGA cult members got to face the reality that Donald Trump is the most corrupt president that's ever stepped in office. He's got no heart, no soul. Even Jeffrey Epstein said he doesn't have a single good bone in his body.
And figure out how we can be ready on day one when the new Congress is sworn in on January 3rd. Let's be ready with legislation. Let's work with whoever the leaders are going to be to make sure that we do what Project 2025 did. We won't have a White House, but we will have a Congress. And let's not waste that. Now, will Trump veto things? Yeah, but that still sets us up for the debate. It sets us up for action later. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's get what we can get passed. Let's figure out what the coalitions are to build it. And I don't think there's anything more important than protecting voting rights. So let's get to work on that right now.
Secretary Hillary Clinton, I'm on board.
Good.
I think this is so important. I want to thank you for everything you've done. You have been such an inspiration and large part of my career and the passion and the successes that I've had in the last decade or so. I've told folks that
Hillary's not even in the Trumpstein files, so she's good in my book.
Inspirational people who, if people want to know where I get my fight from, which I get that question all the time, like, why is it that I just keep going and going? I say there are two people who have basically influenced me. One is Reverend Barber from North Carolina, who, his Moral Monday marches and the idea of building a multiracial coalition around voting and elections was really inspirational, and I identify with him in the approach I take. But with respect to like how it is that every day I'm able to get up even after I've been attacked, and when I've had a good day or a bad day in court, I would say it's because of you, and it's what I learned from you and what I heard you tell us in the days following the 2016 election about the need not to retreat from the fight, but to double down on it. So on that, I want to thank you as well.
Well, right back at you, my friend. I mean, Mark, I cannot thank you enough on behalf of, every American who cares about our country, every American who knows that we've got to stand firm on constitutional principle, on the rule of law, and voting is at the heart of that. We have fought so hard over 250 years to get everybody included, and we're not going to let other people, exclude on the basis of race or any other, factor. We're going to get into that fight, and we're going to win it again. And you're the leader of our time, and I thank you. And please take care of yourself because we need you. And if I can ever, be on the other end of a phone call to say, keep going, Mark, you can always find me. I'm one of your biggest admirers.
All right, so that was a Hillary Clinton interview. That was pretty good. All right, so let's check out, let's go from Hillary Clinton to another intellectual. All right, guys, so we got, hey, what up, everyone? Hope you're all having a good Wednesday evening. Thanks for hanging out, having a little YouTubeville watch party. So this is Jamie Raskin from 4 days ago. This is on a channel called The Lincoln Project. This is an interview with Jamie Raskin. I haven't seen this yet, so anything I play I've never seen because I'll be damned if I watch any stuff twice. I mean, politics are already exhausting as they are. But it's fun hanging out with everyone, hearing everyone's opinions. It's all friendly banter, shits and giggles until someone giggles and shits. But yeah, let's see what Jamie Raskin has to say. Please hit the like button. Thank you.
Who? Yep. He likened the start with.
Oh, before we start, Carlo wants to say what's up. What's up, Carlo? Oh, you ready to go on a midnight walk? All right, Carlo. We'll check out Jamie Raskin, and then we'll go on a walksy walk. Good boy. So Carlo the Husky right there hanging out with us. He's Carlo's the referee. He's the executive producer.
Our beloved Lincoln, who he likened the Constitution, to a beautiful silver frame, silver platter. He said, upon which rests the golden apple of liberty. He said, so the Constitution is like the owner's manual. It's the operating design system, but it's the Declaration of Independence, which set forth the beautiful values of the country, the consent of the governed, the unalienable rights of the people, the equality of all men, we would say, of all people today. Equality, liberty, democracy, right there. And then we've got an operating system, but that operating system doesn't work if we don't have the rule of law.
Your task will not be an easy one. Your enemy is well trained, well equipped, and powerful.
I guess that's like the introduction. Let's see. Let's get to all right, here's the interview.
For coming on. Really appreciate it. I want to jump right in and ask you, given the corruption we face right now as a country, given the unbelievable pressure that is putting on our system and our rule of law, how do we get past this moment so we can continue as a republic once the Trump era comes to a grinding halt?
Well, I like the way you put it, Rick, and thanks for having me. But I think the whole country now understands that corruption is the enemy of democracy.
Oh man, what a difference! Because I listened to earlier this morning. I checked out the Donald Trump, his speeches that he gave in Turkey, and oh man, that was emotionally draining hearing Trump for 2 hours straight of just mumbo jumbo. He's just getting worse and worse, and his lies just keep getting just more blatant and blatant. But yeah, it's night and day difference hearing Hillary Clinton and Jamie Raskin as opposed to the orange turd. who has absolutely zero brain cells. He's extremely low IQ.
And
Yep.
Yeah, Orange Man's extremely low IQ.
we're going to
And now this is a high IQ individual right here.
try to move forward with a system where the government is an instrument for the common good of everybody, or we're going to lapse permanently, perhaps, into the Trumpian mega system where the government is an instrument for the private self-enrichment of the guy who gets in and his family and the
Right.
businesses that surround him.
Overnight, President Trump took the first flight in his new Air Force One, an expensive gift from Qatar. This and a new disclosure that he made more than $2 billion in his first year in office. They are raising ethical questions right now.
The Trump sons have invested in a company that's called Skyline Holdings, which used to build roads in Hong Kong, and it went out of business basically. And it was a NASDAQ traded shell that they, with their partners, have acquired kind of control of. And it is now moving to invest in this
Man, another grift. Trump cut $1 billion mining deal. His sons stand to profit. Oh man, they're even profiting off like a Pentagon like $600 million drone deal. It's just corruption at its finest. It's crazy.
mining project. So it was in between the time of September when Howard Lutnick and the president were helping negotiate the deal, and November when the deal was signed, that the Trump sons and their partners entered into this transaction and now stand to profit from it.
Is this an outlier? Is this the only instance that we can document where the Trump sons stand to benefit from a government contract?
I mean, it's the opposite of an outlier, and that, we've spent a year and a half now.
Oh yeah, he was bumbling and fumbling all kinds of vocabulary. Aloha. Yeah, I think I remember hearing that too. I was like, what?
Many examples of this, and it's really, it really became most apparent initially with the cryptocurrency, which we spent, a lot of time writing about, and we're still writing about. That's the case with predictions markets, where they are invested in predictions markets, and their dad took steps to, through the CFTC to unleash that industry. It's the case with defense contracting. It's the case with critical minerals. There's just across the board, they're looking for opportunities to, and then there's also the case with, doing deals in places like Vietnam and a hotel complex are in the Middle East that are kind of aligned with his agenda through relationships that the president is continuing to expand there. So we are seeing this on a level unlike anything in American history. The kind of the opportunities to enrich themselves. There's never been anything like this.
And they're trying to create a new governing model around that. And we need to reclaim the basic values of strong liberal democracy and then move them forward into the treacherous new terrain that surrounds us. So, this is going to be the work of the rest of our lifetimes, and certainly the lifetimes of the young people who are getting engaged in politics right now. The major theme of the Trump administration in this second term has been one of plunder. And we've got to reclaim the billions and billions of dollars that have been stolen from us and that they still plan to steal from us. I mean, think about the $1.776 billion political slush fund, which is technically
Which keeps coming back like a bad penny.
Right. It's not going away. It's just, it's like a horror movie where, the monster keeps returning.
Rises from the dead.
But, that, if you think about it, there are about a dozen different constitutional offenses compacted into that particular ripoff scheme. But one of them is a violation of the Domestic Emoluments Clause, which says that the president is limited to his official salary in office and cannot receive any other money from the U.S. government. Well, this would be.
Oh yeah, Trump's been breaking that law left and right. Remember early on in his presidency, somebody threw a gold bar on the desk at the Oval Office, another bribe. He's accepting millions of dollars for pardons. Yeah, he's selling pardons to crazy criminals.
$1.776 billion that he could then pass out to the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and the other, convicted criminal insurrectionists and his particular, political lieutenants and stuff. We need to get that money back. They already gave $1.25 million away to Michael Flynn, his disgraced former national security advisor, for claims that were rejected in federal court. So they settled the case with him that he had already lost, that DOJ had already won, and the DOJ did not even assert, we don't owe him that money. His claims have already been rejected. And same thing with like the $5 million that they gave to the family of Ashley Babbitt.
Right.
Ashley Babbitt's death was a tragic death.
Sure.
But there were 2 federal investigations which found that the Capitol Police had behaved correctly, lawfully, and honorably in defending the vice president and defending the Congress against the attack. And yet they just gave her family $5 million. You know what they've given to the families of the Capitol Police officers who were wounded or the ones who lost their lives? Nothing. Zero.
Nothing.
So.
Hey, what's up, Thorne? Yeah, usually these MAGA cult members, they're not very smart people, you know, they're very low IQ. I mean, if they were smart in any way, they wouldn't be Trump supporters. So there's that. But, you know, the only thing they can resort to whenever, you know, the truth is presented to them is insults. They're just low IQ people.
In any event, Congress is the one that appropriates money, not the executive branch. And so we've got to claw all this money back. The foreign government emoluments, the $400 million.
The airplanes,
from Qatar.
So this was a gift from a country that's treated us very well. And they're an ally of us over in the Middle East, Qatar. And I went to Boeing and I said, who has the best one? They said, Qatar. There's never been a plane like it. Frankly, we couldn't build a plane like this because we wouldn't be willing to spend the kind of money necessary. They spent top dollars.
Hey, what's up, Mary? And if we wanted your opinion, we would ask your husband. I mean, all your MAGA cult member buddies are over there trying to repeal the 19th Amendment. So if there's any MAGA woman out there, MAGA woman cult members, you know, do your husbands a favor and don't vote. But all the women out there that never have and never will drink the Kool-Aid, hey, go out there and vote. Exercise that right, baby.
The billions of dollars that are flowing through the various crypto channels now.
In the disclosure this week, the amount of money that you and the family made in crypto, it was an outsized number. I was just asking, were you know about the crypto venture? So that was just something.
By the way, I could know about it. I didn't.
Right.
I mean, there's nothing illegal. There's nothing wrong with it. I could know.
There's a specific, I remember Title 18, Section 208 from Congress, you, the Vice President, and you do not have, you would have to recuse yourself.
I didn't even know that.
You would have to recuse yourself on every decision that running the country that could have anything to do with you. So it just isn't feasible.
Like, we need to get to the bottom of the corruption at the same time that we're moving forward on the real business of the country, getting healthcare to the people, dealing with the crisis of climate change, dealing with artificial intelligence, a whole.
Oh yeah, Trump looks like just an orange glob, like mixture of like Uncle Fester with the Hunchback of Notre Dame, and like and a Oompa Loompa, all rolled into one.
Problems, and we've been prevented from really moving forward on anything because we've got this elemental struggle going on between democracy and authoritarianism.
What's up,
It's one of the questions I think it's really important for people to reconcile is we can walk and chew gum. We can hold them accountable, and we can also deal with AI and climate.
I think a photo surfaced of Trump recently playing golf, and he was wearing white pants. There was a giant like poop stain on the back of his pants.
And a million other things. We're smart people in this country. We really do have the ability to scale on this. It's not one thing or the other. And I think that was a fear in the butt.
I think I saw it like on the Keith Edwards show or something.
It was like, we have so much we've got to do. We can't get distracted by trying to hold Trump to account for January 6th or the other things. And you know, Merrick Garland is a lovely man, but he did not jump in and try to, you know, play his part in accountability for the violence on January 6th and the corruption of Trump trying to overturn a free and fair election.
You're absolutely right. And a lot of this will turn on Congress's ability to renew and restore its prominence and its preeminence in the constitutional order. I mean, James Madison said that Congress was the preeminent branch of government. We are the lawmaking branch of government. Forget all that sixth grade dogma about co-equal branches. Co-equal is not even a word. That's like extremely...
Does not appear in the Constitution.
Right. And the president's job is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed. We have a president who thinks he's king, and there are, basically the leadership of Congress, Mike Johnson, certainly on the House side, goes along with that and believes that and acts like a supplicant and is sycophant. So,
MAGA, Mike Grinder, Micro Johnson. Man, that guy's another horrible human being. Yeah, that guy's over there just grinding away on Grindr during the government shutdown. It's a little weasel.
Congress has got to reassert the fact that we are representing the people. And as you say, Rick, we can stop corruption and crime in America at the same time that we're moving forward on a positive agenda for the country, an agenda of economic patriotism and constitutional patriotism at the same time.
And I think there's something about that while a lot of the MAGA voters really believe in this sort of Trumpian, royal authoritarian model, whatever you want to call it, I do think that there are a lot of Republicans out in the country who still believe in the rule of law, who still believe in the Constitution. And I think that's an area where you can bring people together in this country in a post-Trump environment and say, guys, it will be tough, but the founders would have expected us to take the tough path. The founders would have wanted us to preserve this republic under this is some of the worst pressure it's ever been under. Other than the Civil War, this is some of the worst tension about how we govern ourselves that we've ever experienced. So I think there's a space there where Democrats and Republicans.
Hey, what's up, Issa? Hey, I feel you on that comment right there. But looks like in about 4 months, we'll take back the House and the Senate. So keep that blue wave tsunami going. Everyone, go tell all your coworkers, friends, people at the dog park, wherever, how much of a piece of crap Donald Trump is, and let them all know to go vote and vote wisely. Don't vote for any red MAGA meat-riding politicians, Trump loyalists.
Together on something.
Totally, and I know it's true because
that's all they are, is just a bunch of Trump loyalists with no spines, no souls, just a bunch of cowards, a bunch of traitors.
From veterans all the time, I hear from people in the armed services all the time who say, this is not what I'm fighting for, this is not what I fought for, this is not what we stand for. And, the way that I try to conceive of it, Rick, is we're looking at another 250 years. I start with Lincoln, our beloved Lincoln, who he likened the Constitution, to a beautiful silver frame, silver platter. He said, upon which rests the golden apple of liberty. He said, so the Constitution is like the owner's manual. It's the operating design system, but it's the Declaration of Independence, which set forth the beautiful values of the country, the consent of the governed, the unalienable rights of the people, the equality of all.
Yeah, vote them all out and impeach, remove, and imprison.
Say, of all people today, equality, liberty, democracy, right there. And then we've got an operating system, but that operating system doesn't work if we don't have the rule of law. And so you've got to have the democracy, the liberty, the equality resting on a constitutional order, and the constitutional order resting on the rule of law. But the authoritarians.
Also, everyone call your local Congress people and let them know, tell them about all Donald Trump's crimes, corruption, all that stuff, and no to the SAVE Act, all that good stuff.
Destroy the whole thing. They want to demolish the rule of law so they can turn the government into a money-making operation, into plunder for themselves, run roughshod over everything in the Constitution, from the emoluments clauses to the freedom of speech, to the freedom of press, to habeas.
Hey, what's up, Rock James? What's up, Thorne? Aloha, Kitty. What's up, Julian Fry? Good to see everyone. Hope you guys are all doing well. Thanks for tuning in. Jamie Raskin's awesome, though.
to due process, you name it, all in order to destroy other people's liberty and freedom. It's all about just the freedom of the people who are in office and their freedom specifically to plunder the rest of us. Well, that's the opposite of everything prior generations in America have fought for. So we've got to reclaim strong democracy, freedom, and the rule of law in the country.
I couldn't agree with that more, Congressman. It is so fundamental. And one of the things people are missing about the rule of law is the rule of law.
Hey, what's up, Ian? Hey, that's right. Hey, thank you for sharing your comment.
Enabling technology of economic prosperity as well. People think you're going to have a prosperous country if you just let the select elites in the administration run crazy. That is exactly the opposite of what caused economic viability. People flooded to America for generations. We were the safe money because the law applied to everyone.
Well, I think that's right. And the Donald Trump administration is absolutely anti-free market. They are for the president getting to appoint the business corporations that are going to win and the business corporations that are going to lose. And if you do his bidding, if you serve his political purposes, he'll give you the inside government contract.
Right.
He'll give you the services and the taxpayers' money. And if he thinks you're going to dissent in any way from him, then he's going to crush you and he's going to take from you your ability to compete fairly and effectively. If you believe in free markets, you cannot believe in mega authoritarianism. That is like bureaucratic state socialism, bureaucratic state capitalism. It is the antithesis of having free markets. So, I think that we've got to restore free markets in communications. This is the anti-monopoly, antitrust tradition in America, which has again been devoured by Donald Trump. I mean, what matters for him is, well, you want to have one of your huge conglomerate media takeovers fine, as long as I can put my spy in there to make sure that 60 Minutes and your people are all saying the right stuff about Donald Trump.
Yeah, I think that the degree to which Trump's economic interference or economic or his willingness to accept bribes to do these mergers is a proximate threat to the First Amendment for millions of Americans, because he would really prefer, the Ellisons can own everything as far as he's concerned. And I do think that may be one thing that Democrats really need to think about in the coming, knock wood, we take back the House. It's to really start thinking about how do we unwind some of these corrupt mergers that have caused incredible, dangerous consolidation in media, the social media, and the technology markets that I think harms Americans at both an economic and a rights level.
Totally right. I mean, it's terrible for consumers. It's terrible for citizens who want to be able to participate. And it's terrible for the distribution of political power. I mean, it's all about economic and political concentration together. If you go back and you look at what Thomas Jefferson said, or you look at what Louis Brandeis said, or you look at anybody who was a champion of antitrust laws, they said that concentrated economic power is not only a threat to small businesses and rival businesses and to consumers, it's a threat to citizens, because what do they use that conglomerated economic power for? Political control and domination. And I think it's very well put what you just said, Rick, that Trump would be fine with the Ellisons controlling everything. He'd be fine with the Ellisons and Elon Musk controlling everything, as long as they're willing to stay close at heels.
And all the MAGA bootlickers will be like all accepting of all that as well. They're like they'll be like, tread on me harder, daddy.
In the United States, as long as they act like good Russian oligarchs under Vladimir Putin and they share their profits and plunder with him, and they're willing to do whatever he says, then fine, they can take over the entire economy. That's where everything is headed today. So I think that the interesting conversation is going to be between those who want to restore antitrust law, anti-monopoly law, free market principles.
Hey, what up, Finn Von Smith? Good to see you. How you been? Long time no interaction. Hope you're all good. Thanks for saying what's up.
I don't want to say versus, but in tension with those who are saying, well, we need to have a lot greater equality in society, which we do. And there are some goods like healthcare, which need to be distributed in such a way so everybody's got it. But that doesn't mean that the solution to Donald Trump's concentration of media in the Ellisons, for example, invites just a government takeover. That quote, socialist solution, I think, would be anathema to the First Amendment and also to having meaningful pluralism in terms of our media market. So I think that will be an interesting conversation and discussion, but I think everybody can agree that Donald Trump's cronyistic state capitalism today.
Hey, I think Thomas might be overdosing on Kool-Aid. Someone call a medic. You all right, Thomas? You've been drinking too much Kool-Aid? Don't lie.
Yeah.
Fun
We're here to help you, buddy.
of the state are a destruction of everything we fought for, both in terms of our politics and in terms of our economics.
Well, Congressman Jamie Raskin, my friend, thank you so much for coming on the show today. I know you've got to run, but we really appreciate your insights and you keeping up the fight in Congress like nobody else. I look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. Seriously, thank you for everything you're doing. It's so important.
Hey, what's up, TM? Yeah, I appreciate every single one of you that are hanging out. You know, wouldn't be a party without you guys. So, a little YouTubeville watch party so we can all, you know, interact. Because sometimes, for me at least, you know, I'm sure a lot of people feel the same. You know, it's hard to like discuss politics with like, you know, coworkers, family, friends, because, you know, you just want to go out there and have a good time, enjoy people's company. But it's nice to just, you know, interact with just people online from, you know, all walks of life and all around the world, you know. So everyone's got a, you know, like the old saying goes, opinions are like a-holes. Everyone's got one. So I appreciate every single one that's sharing them. But yeah, that was Jamie Raskin interview right there. That was pretty good. Let's move on and see what else we got in the queue. You guys want to watch? So we got 2 videos regarding the SAVE Act. Which one do you guys want to watch first? The Warnock or the Sheldon Whitehouse one? The Sheldon Whitehouse one is like 47 minutes long. The Warnock one's about 35 minutes long. There's this other video I got in the queue of this maggot out here trying to, like, from his name is Mike Flood from Nebraska, and he tried to do a town hall, and he was just getting clowned and booed at his own town hall. I kind of want to watch that later on at some point and just laugh at that fool. But what do you guys want to watch first, Warnock or Sheldon Whitehouse regarding the SAVE Act? Oh, Flood? You guys want to watch Flood? All right, which one do you guys want to watch? You guys want to watch Mike Flood town hall where he just gets booed at? Or do you guys want to watch a Sheldon Whitehouse speech regarding the SAVE Act? Or a Warnock regarding the SAVE Act? All right, let's do Sheldon Whitehouse. Because he's the man.
I'm here to speak about.
All right, this is Sheldon Whitehouse regarding the Save America Act.
Called Save America Act, which I think probably would be.
He's exposing the truth about all Donald Trump's lies.
Better described as the Steal the Next Election Act, because of the purpose that this bill has to throw the election and to throw political influence in America to the Republicans.
Or actually, you know what? To be honest, let's go check. Sorry, guys. Let's go check out that. Let's go check out that town hall. Let me see if I can find it. All right, here it is.
First of all,
right. I haven't seen this yet, but I've seen Secular Talk do a segment about it. The Kyle Kulinski dude, and that shit was hilarious. I was like, man, I gotta watch this town hall now. So this guy gets clowned out of his own town hall.
followed by that, Pledge of Allegiance.
All right, let me fast forward it to that guy. Looks like they got some kind of introductions. Who's this guy?
And let's get into your questions. I know this is set.
Is this him? Is this Mike Flood right here? Let's see.
Ask that you take out your cell phones and look at them and silence them if you would. Ask it a question.
So this just came out yesterday. This is from Nebraska. So this is like a MAGA cult member right here named Mike Flood. Just another orange ball licking politician trying to do a town hall, and he just gets. I'm surprised they didn't throw tomatoes at him.
Well, hey, good evening, everybody. Welcome very much to Bellevue West High School. I want to start by thanking the Board of Education for Bellevue West and all Bellevue Public Schools.
Is that Mike Flood right there?
Principal here at this facility and the men and women that teach in Bellevue Public Schools for creating such a winning environment. I'd also like to thank Mayor Hite, City of Bellevue, the police chief, and the men and women of the Bellevue Police Department. They're here to make sure we have an environment that is safe for us to express our ideas, to let me know what you think, to let me answer your questions, talk about where we're going in Congress, and show the rest of the nation that this is how it works in Nebraska, that we treat each other with respect, but we also can have tough conversations about the direction of our country and what's important. I also want to thank those two wonderful voices, Amy and Chloe, for their wonderful performance. They are right here. They are also students at Bellevue West. Appreciate them. And then Senator Chris Langmeyer. He was a member of the Nebraska legislature. He currently sits on the NPPD board.
Hey, is this Mike Flood right here? This has to be him, right?
Wonderful job serving as a moderator at our last town hall in Norfolk, and he's going to do this tonight.
Is this the same guy that we're listening to? Is that Mike Flood?
Listen, like you, I spent my Independence Day weekend celebrating with friends, walking in parades in Seward and elsewhere, and watching the fireworks, celebrating 250 years. It doesn't matter what political party you're in. Tonight, more importantly than anything else, we're all Americans. And I'm going to treat you with the utmost respect, and I hope that if you have a question, that everybody else allows you to ask your question without being interrupted, and then give me a chance to respond. We're going to do this in two.
I mean, I do give him this. He actually went out there and did a town hall. Like all the maggots these days don't even show their face in public anymore because they just get clowned everywhere they go.
You can also write them down. We used to do 30 seconds to the microphone to give you more time. We're going to do 45 seconds, and then we'll get to as many questions as we can. I'm going to make a few short comments about a project that I've been working on in Congress, and then we'll get right to your questions. As you might know, I'm the chairman of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, and I'm very proud today to tell you that your Congress, both the House and the Senate, work in a bipartisan manner to deliver the biggest changes to our federal housing policy in 36 years. Let me tell you how this process unfolded. I sat down with the ranking member, the top Democrat on my committee, Emanuel Cleaver, former mayor of Kansas City. We sat down and said, for us to be successful, we have to figure out where we can agree and present those ideas to the rest of the House of Representatives. We did that. We worked with Habitat for Humanity in Omaha. We worked with Papillion Mayor, with the Bellevue Mayor. We talked to the mayor of Lincoln and NeighborWorks and all of the different houses.
All right, I don't think that's him because I just looked at the Kyle Kulinski one, and in this one he's wearing like a red tie. It looks like. Let me see. Is this him? Shit. All these maggots look the same. All look like Mike Johnson looking dudes. All right, let me see. Is this him? All right, I think that is him. Yeah, he's got the same little lapel on his sport coat. Same tie. All right, yeah, this is him.
Organizations, not just in Nebraska, but around the country. And we found something to be true. It didn't matter if you were the Democrat mayor of San Diego or the Red City mayor in Ohio. There were a common set of issues that we could agree on. Things like lessening the environmental review burdens requirements, like addressing some of the Section 3 requirements about who has to work on a project, some of the well-intended but cumbersome requirements around Build America, Buy American, even some of the Davis-Bacon provisions. What I'm happy to tell you is that after a better part of 15 months, the House of Representatives passed a bill that has all of the changes that Mr. Cleaver and I were able to agree on and convince our colleagues that will make a meaningful difference in Sarpy County especially, because we're going to make it easier for counties that have a little higher average.
Man, the mental gymnastics these maggots got to go through and do for their orange god. It's astonishing.
Come to make affordable housing easier, so that maybe you don't have to have as much money in the bank to be able to go and live in a community that has unbelievable schools like Papillion La Vista or Bellevue or Gretna or Springfield. These are some of the changes that were made. And I can tell you, the Senate passed it, the House passed it, it's sitting on the president's desk. As you know, he objects to this being done before the SAVE Act, but Friday at midnight Eastern, if he doesn't sign it, it becomes law. And the good news about this is next week, it's likely to be a public law. And these housing changes, bipartisan, are things that I authored with a Democrat to deliver bipartisan, common sense results. That's what I'm focusing on. Bipartisan, common sense results. I have worked as hard as I can to try and address some of the priorities in this district. Obviously, Offutt Air Force Base, amazingly, is in the 1st District, even though Don Bacon, a former general, we have benefited greatly from his leadership over the past 10 years. But he and I together have worked on securing significant funding for the base. The SAOC is going to be funded. There's over $1 billion that's gone into the runway and all of the different buildings that we had to replace after the 2019 flood. And I think you're going to see an increase in the number of airmen that are going to be working at Offutt over the next 5 years. And I think that's a win for Nebraska, because we are going to be the Department of War's installation of choice.
So even all the MAGA politicians, like their fan, their constituents are turning on them because they're realizing, like, hey, these guys are nothing but liars, just con artists and thieves.
For everything from cyber warfare to our mission with STRATCOM, we've got the Weather Wing, we've got the 55th Air Wing. So to those of you that have served our country, you're here tonight. Thank you for your service, and please know that we are 100% supporting Offutt Air Force Base. We've also worked on Tram Road.
I'm looking for the questions so this guy can get called out on all this BS. But yeah, everything he's saying right now is just like pretty much just lies like Donald Trump.
The Bellevue Public Library, and I know there's a library supporter that's in the crowd I saw come in here, working on the pump station at Offutt, and then obviously $42.3 million for the SAOC. I also want you to know that as a newer member of Congress, out of all 435 members, I ranked 9th in terms of bringing resources to this congressional district. I am focused on the University of Nebraska-Lincoln, getting them more money for ag research so that we can raise more crops with less water, apply less herbicides, less pesticides, and be good to the environment while also increasing our production. So those are some of the things that I pride myself on in addition to my work in housing. With that, we look forward to having a wonderful discussion. I'm going to kick it back over to Mr. Langmeyer, and let's get into your questions. I know this is set to go from 5 to 6, but as has been my custom, I will go to 6:30, provided there are questions to get us there. So you can line up over there for the questions on the microphone, but I think Mr. Langmeyer, Chris, will probably start with the written questions first.
Yep, we're going to start with cards first. We'll do 3 of those, and then we'll go over to Will. As we get to that, we'll have more instructions. So I grabbed a handful here. So Congressman, why do you continue to support the administration that breaks the law or ignores the law while making billions at our expense?
Yeah, a real question. Woohoo!
As I have stated at every one of my town halls, I firmly believe in the rule of law. I grew up respecting the rule of law. I went to law school. I took an oath under the Constitution as a member of the Bar Association under the Nebraska Supreme Court and the Federal District Court, and as your member of Congress. I have said repeatedly, when asked, we must support the rule of law. I understand that you may have disagreements with the president. However, know this, I am one of the leading sponsors of a bill that would stop stock trading among members of Congress. And if given the opportunity, I would extend that to members of the executive branch as well. I expect this to be voted on in the coming months, weeks, hopefully yet this Congress. I do think it's a priority, and I will be, I'm a co-sponsor, and I will be a supporter of it.
Thank you. Second question. What are you doing to help the people of Omaha and Bellevue that have had their SNAP benefits cut and are having to choose between rent and food?
Well, first and foremost, when we dealt with some of the changes that were made in 2019, as you'll recall, when COVID came in, there was an unprecedented increase in SNAP benefits that started as the COVID pandemic hit. And for good reason, we had to increase it. We increased beyond what we'd ever done in the past. The pandemic is now over. We have returned our spending to 2019 levels. We do not have unlimited money. We want people who need those resources to get those resources. But the spending that was happening during COVID wasn't warranted anymore after the pandemic ended. Here's what I would offer to you. If you're in the 1st District, if you're in Bellevue, if you're in Omaha, and you have trouble getting these resources, call my office. Tonight I have many people here. I've got our district director. I have a number of people that work here. We are responsive. We will work with you. We will make sure that you have access to the resources that you need. I have regularly toured the People's City Mission in Lincoln, the Lincoln Food Bank. I've worked on a lot of the different bills that a lot of our food banks care about to make sure they're getting the resources that they need. Is it ever enough for everyone? When I talk to the food banks, yeah, there are challenges, but we are working on them. And I want people that are food insecure to get resources. I also want people that are able-bodied and can work to work. If you don't work, you shouldn't expect free healthcare. And this question comes up all the time. That's one of the major changes we made in Medicaid.
Okay, next question. Today, the speaker said, we will figure out a way to get around birthright. Do you agree with him that Congress can't get around birthright without an amendment to the Constitution?
I believe the 14th Amendment is very clear. The Supreme Court agreed that it was very clear last week in its ruling. If you are born in this nation, you are afforded citizenship. I think there's a lot of difference between 1860, the people that were coming here on a ship and they live the rest of their lives here. Today with modern transportation, you can fly in here, but I don't know, I wasn't aware of what the speaker said today. I am not aware of his comments, but my opinion is that the 14th Amendment is pretty clear. If you're born inside the United States, you are a citizen of the United States. But that can be changed with a amendment to the Constitution, but I have not heard of anybody endeavoring upon that. We're going to go through this process for questions.
Thank you very much. Now we've done 3 cards. Now we're going to go to the floor. We ask that we don't repeat so we get as many new questions as we can.
And can everybody hear okay? Okay.
Okay, so we will turn it over to Will for a question on the floor.
Michelle Richards, I'm in your 68147 zip code, so Bellevue, Nebraska. Mr. Flood, I am a CD1 constituent and a proud public educator who for 15 years has and continues to work with disabled students and advocate for them every step of the way. I call your office about continued concerns about the attempts to tear apart the Department of Education and the direct impact that it has on our vulnerable students, only to get messages of support for the dismantling. The states already make the day-to-day choices for our schools, you know that, but you're taking away protections for students who otherwise would be put in institutions. Students who are with working brains, personalities, and a will to make their own choices.
Okay, so I have a long history of supporting people with developmental disabilities.
So what's your solution, Thomas? What are you gonna do? Throw the newborn baby over the border wall or something? Is that what you're gonna do?
As a member of the Nebraska legislature, I was also speaker of the same when we conducted major oversight of the Beatrice State Developmental Center. We moved a lot of resources out of that facility into communities where we have group homes that are allowing folks that are developmentally disabled to live inside of the community. We have increased the level of care that's at the Beatrice State Developmental Center. And I have said repeatedly that if you are developmentally disabled, persistently mentally ill, if you are infirm and can't work, or you're elderly and you can't work, we should do everything in our power to make sure the paperwork works so that you can get the benefits that you're entitled to and that are there for you. And if anybody doesn't have that, if anybody is not getting that, then you got to go ahead and call our office and we'll help you on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Next question from the floor.
Congressman Flood. Excuse me. The Republicans own the White House, the Senate, and Congress. Where is the election fraud? And I want you to tell all these people, all the great people of Nebraska, right here, right now, what evidence you have that there was fraud in the elections.
Before you go to that, can you tell me your name and where you're from? We need to start there.
Ben, Omaha.
Okay.
Next question, sir. We only got an hour. When are you going to call out President Trump before he bankrupts this country?
Well, as to the first question, from the day I became a candidate for this office in January of 2022, I have never said anything but the following. Joe Biden was duly elected president in the election that he won in 2020. I have never argued that there was an inaccurate result. And I always recognized Joe Biden was our president. So I am not a congressman that has ever made that claim. And I do know this. I do know this, sir. So here's what I do know. I do know that there are a lot of Americans. There are a lot of Americans that don't trust our election system. And I don't think it's too much to ask to show an ID when you vote. I supported voter ID when it was on the ballot box. I don't think it's too much to ask people to show their ID when they vote. And I think that is at the core of what we want. We want a nation where we can respect the results of the election. Okay. All right. Next question.
Okay. One more question from the floor. Thank you, sir. Now, next question.
Mr. Mike Flood, I want to give you thank you for hearing me. I'm Yuki Soto-Elliott. I'm actually with the Panuca Tribe Domestic Violence Program. I follow you very well with your cyber war and actually online harassment. What can you do to strongify it actually to reprimand to anybody that does this, to go jail them, or actually to make sure that people like me that have to be relocated to a different location to be safe?
Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear that's happening to you. Cyberbullying is happening in a lot of our schools. That is not something that should happen to people. And trust me, there's a good reason I don't go on social media and read the comments myself. I will tell you that if you are or feel you are being threatened.
Wow. And this guy got elected? He doesn't even go and read the feedback from his constituents. What a loser.
We have to trust the professionals in law enforcement to do everything they can to help you. We also have a system of legal aid that can help you get a protection order. We also have systems in our court in our county courts, especially, that once that protection order is in place, you can enforce electronic intimidation actions by a perpetrator. Here's what I would say. Police are getting more resources from the federal government to deal with cybercrime, cyberbullying, but we can always do better, making sure they have the information and the resources they need. I don't know what city you live in, but I would encourage you to contact the local police. You've got the county sheriff, you've got the state patrol, you've got the county prosecutor of Douglas or Sarpy County, wherever you're at. And of course, you've got legal aid that can help you on the civil side. But if you are at an impasse, feel free to call our office, and we have wonderful relationships. I'll also tell you that the Omaha division of the FBI, I've seen them intervene in a lot of cyber fraud and cyber intimidation, and it's real. And I want to respect you and make sure you know that you shouldn't have to deal with that, and we should do everything we can as a society to create an environment where you're protected from it.
Thank you. Now we're going to go to the back to cards. What can you as our representative do to help the state of education in Nebraska and the U.S.?
What can we do to help education in the United States?
Help the state of education, the state of Nebraska.
Well, first and foremost, and I said this at my first town hall last year, I truly believe that research at the university level is absolutely essential to our future as Americans. It's happening at our tier 1 universities. There was a lot of concern when DOGE started that the NIH wouldn't get the resources they need. There was a lot of concern that we wouldn't be doing the cancer research. I want you to know that the budget that we approved in regular order in January of this year either met or exceeded the funding levels that were there for the Biden administration. That is keeping a promise on behalf of the people that I told I would support research for. So I think that's important. As it relates to K-12 education, listen, as a member of the legislature, I voted on the TIOSA formula that funded public schools for 10 years. I always voted to increase the funding to meet the needs of the students under the equalization formula. I support public schools. I think the fastest way to get money into K-12 education most fairly among public schools is to put the money in special ed. Special education funding follows the students better than any other component of the TIOSA formula, and it's something that we did at the state level. I do think we are better off moving as much of the core mission of our education system closer to the students as possible, and make sure that we have the right resources for those students that need extra help, whether they have behavioral issues, whether they are special education. I love seeing what we're doing in a lot of our unified sports. I think there's a lot of things that K-12 is doing really good, especially this school district. You know what I hear the most from airmen at Offutt? They say, we came to Offutt because the schools in this county are some of the best in the country. And a lot of airmen come here because your special education program at Bellevue Public Schools is one of the best in the country. And so we make sure that Offutt gets the resources to hopefully we need to get more money into Bellevue Public Schools to offset those costs for those airmen coming in so that we can make sure that stays the case.
Next question is what are you going to do for benefits for all people with disabilities?
Well, under the One Big Beautiful Bill, we protected.
Oh, boo!
We protected a system.
The bogus bill.
That if it had gone unchecked, it would not have been long-term available for the very people that are the most vulnerable, the developmentally disabled, the persistent mentally ill, people that are of advanced age. We protected Medicaid in a bipartisan, common sense way. That was the result.
Okay, next question. What are the next steps after Congress has exposed the funding of taxpayers have been giving to the sexual abusers? What are some of the pending bills that might affect that?
Well, first of all, I voted to release the Epstein files. I voted to release the files of other members of Congress that have been accused we've had judgments or settlements paid out. I have, as a member of the legislature, set up the whole system to keep sex predators in regional centers. We now have one of the best systems to keep those who are most likely to offend in a state hospital, which not every state does. We restrict sex offenders from being so many feet from.
There was a J6er that got pardoned by Trump, and they got charged with like sex crimes. So all of Donald Trump's henchmen, they're all a bunch of degenerates. All his J6 henchmen.
I have a long record of public service, making sure that people actually sponsored the bill that increased the penalties, making it a Class 2 felony to commit sexual assault of a minor, and make it a mandatory 15 on the low side for anybody that does engage in sex with somebody under age 16. That was my bill. So I want to be judged on the things that I have done in public service. I want to be judged on the things that we've done in Nebraska to prevent it.
Okay, we're going to turn to the floor question. Will?
I'm Phil from Bellevue. Last year you voted for the big beautiful bill. This bill cut, among other things, 20% of the benefits of SNAP, known as food stamps. In our state, 260,000 Nebraskans have food insecurity. This includes 20% of all children in our state. Since the USDA estimates 1% fraud maximum, please explain to us why you voted for these cuts to food nutrition.
Well, first of all, as you recall, I said earlier, we returned SNAP funding to the levels that it was at in 2019. It went dramatically up during the COVID pandemic for a good reason. We returned it to what it was, number one. Number two, as you'll recall, the big beautiful bill cut $2 trillion in spending for the first time in decades. $2 trillion is a lot of money. At the time, we were $35 trillion in debt. And the third thing I'll say, and the thing I'm most proud, that bill cut taxes, well, it eliminated taxes on overtime, on tips, and Social Security. That is a direct benefit to the working class of the United States. The people that serve your food, the state trooper that's working overtime, Social Security. As a member of the state legislature, I also was a co-sponsor of the bill that takes the tax away on Social Security, which we're phasing out over time. So I understand your concern is with SNAP. I work often with the food banks and with Nebraskans that need assistance. I appreciate getting that question. I will double back with some of my sources when I get a chance this week, and I will check in on the latest, but I have not been hearing a lot about that from the agencies that I work with.
Very good. Will, next question.
Kim, Fremont, Epstein files. As your Norfolk column, you just repeated my information, never answered my
I like this lady. I gotta rewind it. She came out hot. Her first words were Epstein files. All right, let's rewind it like 10 seconds.
Agencies that I work with.
Very good. Will, next question.
Kim, Fremont, Epstein files. As your Norfolk Hall, you just repeated my information, never answered my question. Everything was supposed to be released last December. U.S. District Judge Sullivan ordered Trump's Blanche DOJ to unredact a series of emails that have been sent out and were blackened out. So we know Trump is in the Epstein file. Very powerful friends, he said, would be hurt, and Trump's name is in it more than anyone else. These victims have waited 30 years for this government to do something. So why did you and none of your fellow GOP attend the survivors hearing to listen to their testimony? And why do you continue to protect the pedophiles and Trump's DOJ as they continue to break the law?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, you should know that any victim that has wanted to get in and talk to me about an issue related to the Epstein files has an open door, number one. Number two, I voted to release the Epstein files. Number three, you say that you know what's in the Epstein files. I know what's been unredacted to the extent it's been reported. I can tell you a number of colleagues in my own party and others on the Judiciary Committee are dealing with this. I'm on the Financial Services Committee, so we don't deal with this issue directly. But listen, the Congress passed a law unanimously. The senators passed it with unanimous consent. We had, I think, 430 some votes in the House. The president signed it. It is the law of the land.
Yeah, only 2% of the Trumpstein files have been released, and in that 2%, Trump's mentioned in it more than Jesus in the Bible and more than Epstein himself. So it seems like Trump's the ringleader of that whole operation. Complicit. He's a pedo protector. He's got Coward Nutlick as the Secretary of Commerce who was out there island hopping with Epstein over on Epstein Island. Coward Nutlick and Epstein were neighbors for like decades.
Next question.
Hi, I'm Alan from Papillion. I attended your town hall in Columbus, and you had a big display on stage about the national debt. You said it was the most important thing for you to take care of. And yet you have continued to support an administration that has put the national debt higher than it's ever been, and a president who has added more to the national debt than anybody else.
That's not
Why should we vote for you when you continue to do this? The other thing I would say is you said you believe in the law, but you didn't answer the question why you support a president who continues to break it and ignore it.
Well, first of all, I have been consistent. I am concerned about the national debt, and under the big beautiful bill, I cast a vote that cut $2 trillion out of the national debt. So that is something that needs to be said. As it relates to and quite frankly, I could do the calculator here again, except we roll through some of these other slides, but I'm happy to put it back up there. Long term, it's unsustainable. And it's going to require, quite frankly, folks, it's going to require more than the town hall. It's going to require Republicans and Democrats sitting down to figure this out. We have to sit down and figure it out. I'm trying to recall what the second part of the question was.
I think so that was 3 from the floor. Now we're going to move back to the cards. So do you support NATO?
Yes, I support NATO. I believe NATO has contributed greatly to the security of the world. I think they're an important part of us. That's why I objected very strongly when there was talk about Greenland and Denmark. These are our friends. These are countries that I care about, that you care about. We do support NATO. We should all support NATO. And I want them going to bed at night knowing that if we need to be there, we're going to be there. Vladimir Putin is a thug. Don't think he's going to stop at Ukraine. Every single time that has come up, I have voted to support Ukraine. Every single time I get a chance, I believe in supporting Ukraine. And by the way, as Americans, we should look at what President Zelensky has done over there. He has taken this smaller nation and he has beat back one of the great evils of the world using technology. Ukraine deserves our respect. Ukrainian military are going to be training the rest of us about how to properly use drones in warfare. It's really amazing what they've accomplished, and they should be recognized for that.
Very good. Next question. When are you going to change immigration laws to help immigrants now?
So in 2024, we had an election, and the election was about the border. It was about border security, and it was about illegal immigrants committing serious crimes in the United States. I think it's safe to say today that we have the safest, most secure border that we've had in 50 years. I think that's true. I think it's something we're always going to have to work to do to make sure that's the case. But I think Americans are more secure now than we've ever been. And I think we're now at a point. And we have these conversations. How do we make the immigration system work? How do we make it work? I do not believe in giving people that got here illegally citizenship. I do not believe in giving them the right to vote. I do not believe in giving them benefits. But I do think that we have to have broader conversations about that. And as the chairman of the Main Street Caucus, of which I've been the chairman now going on 2 years, this is a constant policy effort that there's a lot in our conference that want to deal with it. I talked to Jim Jordan about it.
Oh God, Jim Jordan. It's not really the flex you think it is, buddy.
Okay, next question. Relating to conflict of interest of government officials, as a military member, civilian servant, or civilian contractor, we have the requirements that we cannot accept gratitude for less than $20 or not more than $20. Why can't Congress, Senate, and administrative officials have a stricter requirements than state officials? Conflict of interest are included in trading while they're in official positions.
So, as a member of Congress, there are strict ethics rules on me for the same things, and I'm assuming this is somebody in the armed forces that wants us to amend the policies of the Department of War as it relates to gratuities. That's a completely new issue to me. If that is something you care about, I need to unpack that with you in the office so that I can understand what your limits are, what they are and what they aren't, because it's not something I've encountered before. Listen, I know this. I know that, in my own hometown, it used to be that you couldn't drop off 24 donuts to the local police station, right? And the community wants to show support for police officers. And they've changed that rule in my hometown, and it makes everybody happy, right? The people that do it are doing it for the right reason, and it's nice when police officers are allowed to have the community come and say thank you for what you do in a pretty thankless job. So I think there's some merit to having that conversation. I just don't know enough about the current rules to be able to talk to you about, what the cap would change to.
Thank you. Now we're going to.
And I wasn't making a play on donuts. I should have said something else like cheeseburgers or I don't know.
Will.
So,
okay,
I
next
think
question.
you need to read the room. There's not a lot of love for the big, beautiful bill in this room. And you don't represent me, the average American.
I'm having trouble hearing him.
You don't represent me, the average American. You represent rich donors in AIPAC. The one big, beautiful bill cut $4.5 trillion in taxes to corporations and the wealthy. And guess what those corporations do with those tax cuts? They buy back stocks and fire their employees so they can spike their stock prices. That doesn't help me, the average American. That helps the big oil companies. So maybe instead of watching out for somebody that's on SNAP, maybe they want to buy a Coke. Maybe instead you look at the big oil companies and you stop them from buying.
I love this town hall. It's yeah, that helicopter was low right there. But this town hall's awesome right here. I love hearing from all the just the ordinary community members. We're all the same. We're all just trying to better our lives, pay our bills.
First of all, greatly respect everybody that has come here tonight. But I also know that I work for the whole district. I work for all 700,000 people that live in the 1st Congressional District. And with all due respect, sir, there's a lot of people that appreciate the no tax on tips, the no tax on Social Security, and the no tax on overtime. There are a lot of people that appreciate the increase in the low-income affordable tax credits to build more affordable housing in places like Lincoln and Fremont and Bellevue and.
Hey, Brute, I can't pronounce your name. I'll just call you L. I mean, I agree with you on that, no doubt. Thank you for your comment.
There are a lot of people that appreciate the ability to transition the farm from one generation to the next with the permanent $15 million cap that we have on the federal estate tax. There's a lot of things in that bill that make common sense that a lot of people, both Republicans and Democrats, appreciate. I'm sorry you aren't as fond of it, but I know that a lot of people I work for that may be watching this tonight are very thankful for it.
Yeah.
Let me tell you something. You talked about AIPAC. I want to be very clear. We have no greater ally in the Middle East than Israel. We have no greater ally than Israel. And I will tell you, I was there shortly after the animals from Hamas attacked the innocent civilians in the kibbutz in southern Israel.
Nah, man, it's Benjamin Netanyahu that's doing all the genocide over there.
These gentlemen, they massacred babies. They burned them in ovens. They shot children in front of their parents. They raped women and children. What happened in Israel was horrific. If that had happened on our soil, we as Americans would rise up and eliminate that threat. And that's exactly what the Israelis have done. Today, because of our partnership with the Israeli government, there's not much left of Hamas, Hezbollah, Houthis. We are cleaning up the Middle East. We are cleaning up the Middle East. And I am not going to stand here and say anything other than Iran for 50 years has vowed death to America. If they got their hands on a nuclear weapon or a dirty bomb, they would use it on us. We need to finish the job. We cannot put up with a regime that in the last 12 months has killed 45,000 of their own people. That is wrong. We have to have moral clarity here. I support Israel.
Okay. Next.
I'm Kate Carlson.
Will, next question.
Okay, let's let her ask her question here. Let's give her a chance to ask her question.
I'm Kate Carlson. I've got family and friends that are dying. I've had a couple of funerals just in the past couple of weeks. I've got another death in the family this week. They're dying. They have high medical costs, as do I. Just so far this year, I've racked up almost $8,000 out of pocket. You continue to approve dollars to Trump scams and the big ugly bill. It takes away from constituents' health care, and they die early. My little sister died at 46 with liver cancer because she did not have insurance. Why do you continue to help the rich get richer while your constituents, who I am too, whether I'm a Democrat, Republican, or independent, you need to help us constituents so that we can afford food, housing.
Well, first of all, I'm sorry to hear about your family. I'm sorry to hear about your situation. I don't want anybody to die. I, in fact, want just the opposite. Last year, I'm very proud to say that I supported getting the state almost $1 billion of more money that will go to Nebraska hospitals. I checked the numbers before I came here tonight. Bellevue Medical Center through UNMC will get an additional $11 million this year, not tied to any fees for service. That's on top of their reimbursements under their private and their public pay. $11 million more to help them balance the books. St. Elizabeth's, I think it's something like $28 million. Faith Regional in Norfolk, $12 million. Columbus Hospital, this is around $10 million. West Point Hospital, $3.5 million. This is the largest influx of cash coming into Nebraska hospitals in 20 years. Secondly, as Main Street Caucus chairman, I personally worked with the White House and the members of the Senate and our delegation to get a $50 billion rural health care transformation fund set up that will send $218 million. Do we have work to do? Yes. Let me tell you some areas that I think we need to really focus on. Dialysis. Did you know that the dialysis unit in Columbus, Nebraska is not operating? They can't find nurses. Chagrin, same thing. We need to get that.
Oh, gee, I wonder why. Is it maybe because Doge, Elon Musk, and Trump cut all the funding for all that?
I share this with you because I'm attuned to what a lot of the needs are in this district, and I'm worried about access to dialysis for those kidney patients that need it.
Very good. Will?
All right, let's let him speak here.
Will, do you have another question?
Hi, Congressman. My name's Dominic, and this is my son, Will. Congressman, for 27 years, Olmsted has protected the civil rights of people with disabilities by ensuring they can receive services in their homes, communities, instead of institutions. The DOJ's recent reinterpretation weakens those protections and risks emboldening states to reduce community-based services. We are already seeing concerns here in Nebraska through Governor Pillen's Medicaid waiver changes, including service definition changes and the inter-eye assessment process that families fear will reduce needed supports. Congressman Don Bacon supports the Latanya Reeves Freedom Act, H.R. 9401. Do you believe people with disabilities should have the right to remain in their homes, and will you commit to protecting HCBS and the civil rights protections established by Olmsted?
That's a very good question. So, yes, I do support Olmsted, and when we were going through the changes at the Beatrice State Developmental Center, that's when I got real familiar with that case law, and I think we made great progress. I will tell you, and you probably know this better than I do, to Jim Pillen's credit, he's the first governor in my lifetime that was able to eliminate the DD waiting list. At least that was a couple months ago. I remember the news came out. I watched them talk about it. Ultimately, the state legislature is going to decide what the resources are that are going to the developmental disability program. I don't think there's anyone in America, Republican or Democrat, that doesn't want your son to live in the least restrictive, most productive, safest environment. I'm speaking on behalf of Republicans and Democrats. They see you, they see your son. We want him to lead the best life he can live. And Nebraska, in the last couple of years, has made some strides there. I will say, 10 years ago, it was really hard with some of the state budget stuff there. As to the bill that you talked about, it's a really good sign to me that Don Bacon likes it. I will take a look at it. I will have Evan or Kurt in Washington put it on my next review, and you can call my office in 2 weeks and get an answer as to whether or not I'm going to co-sign it or vote for the bill. You can hold me to that, and our district director is here somewhere. She will get your number, and we can even call you before that if I decide to sign on or if I choose not to sign on. Thank you.
Very good. Now we'll turn to more cards. Trump is proven to be impulsive, unpredictable, and violent. Are these qualities you want to see in a leader?
Hang on a second. Before I go to that question, I want to say one more thing to this dad and his son. Thank you, sir, for your commitment to your son and for not only being an advocate for him, but being there for him. I think when Americans see that kind of love between a father and a son, that's what we all aspire to. And I would be missing the opportunity to say thank you, because if you weren't there, not only would it create a less positive environment, it would also cost a lot more. And we should be thanking you in more ways than one for what you're doing. And we should, and by the way, that's not political. That's just on behalf of somebody, like everybody here may disagree on something, but we all somewhere, even though I have a heart, right? So all right, so let's go to the question here. Listen, obviously, there are personality differences between me and our president. I grew up in Norfolk, Nebraska. I was a Cub Scout. You know, I went to college. I went to law school. I've worked as an attorney. I've worked in broadcasting. I do my job. I'm the one person I can control. And when I go to work, I treat people with respect. I try to. I'm not perfect. But I hold these town halls because I owe you this. You are the people I work for. I owe it to you. And so I also know that you're not going to like everything I say, but I owe you an answer. I also want you to know that I've gone to these things, I process what I've heard, and I have changed my mind. I have seen issues a little differently. That's part of doing the job, right? President Trump is unconventional. Very unconventional. But I will say this. He has been the same guy since the day he walked on that stage in 2014. He has been the same person. And Americans get to choose who their president is. And while you can take...
This guy's so full of crap right here. What do you mean the same person? He's over there murdering U.S. citizens, deporting or kidnapping people, throwing them in concentration camps, threatening to nuke Iran back to the Stone Age, blowing up kids' schools, blowing up innocent fishermen, stealing billions of dollars, all the corruption. What the hell?
With the way he communicates.
Yeah, he's a moron. He's a low IQ moron.
He has made a lot of very good changes that needed to be made in this country. Our nation is safer. It is growing. Taxes are coming down. Working class families are getting a break. We're building affordable housing. We increased the low income affordable tax credits.
Hey, what's up, Troy? Oh yeah, the list just goes on. Trying to steal Greenland. His Trump phones that are made in the Philippines. You know, all his grifts. His Trump Bible, Trump University. Guy's just a major loser. He just has a cult following. Because they're all low IQ as well. If they weren't, they wouldn't be Trump supporters.
We're working on bringing down prescription drug pricing. So I think it's important that we take the big view here.
Okay, next question. How do you work with representatives on both sides of the aisle to accomplish your goals?
I love that question. So so obviously there's two major parties. In the Republican Party, there's 220 of us. 90 of those who are in the Main Street Caucus have elected me the chairman of the Main Street Caucus to find pragmatic solutions to our nation's problems. These are 90 Republicans that are conservative and believe that they're...
What do you mean spreading division? If anything, I'm trying to unite. I'm trying to show the MAGA cult members the light, you know, and interact with people that, you know, non-Kool-Aid drinkers at the same time, you know. So if anything, I'm doing my patriotic duty to cure these cult members of their un-American ways.
Having me represent them, which allows me to go to the meeting each week with the speaker, the majority leader, and the majority whip, and talk about what bills are going to be on the floor and what needs to be in them and how should we be looking at restoring government.
No, I'm just pro-humanity and pro-heart, pro-soul, pro-good guy.
Or ending a blockade or whatever it may be. So I think that demonstrates that I've built relationships with my party. The other thing that I've done is the same thing I did in the Nebraska legislature. I have good working relationship with members of the Democratic Party. And I'll give you their names. Emanuel Cleaver, former mayor, former chairman of the Black Congressional Caucus, been in Congress for 20 years. He and I are co-sponsors of the housing bill that passed the House and the Senate, sitting on the White House's desk. Richie Torres, he represents the Bronx. Him and I have been working on environmental reviews. In fact, almost every bill that I've introduced has been with a Democratic co-sponsor. Because I know if I don't have one, it's unlikely to get 60 votes in the Senate. And instead of passing some bill, a slim margin that has a great message but goes nowhere, my goal is to pass laws and make life better for Americans, especially Nebraskans. And so Do I have a relationship with every single person in Congress? No, it's next to impossible. But I have good relationships on both sides. Just like in the Nebraska legislature. I had been there 2 years. I won an election on a secret ballot to be the speaker. I was the speaker, longest serving speaker in state history. We got a lot of good things done. I'm navigating a much different environment in Washington. If we could go back to having a unicameral in Washington, I'm all for getting rid of the Senate. It would make my life extremely much easier, but that's not going to happen. The unicameral works good for us because it gets people to work together.
Okay, next question. How many rights should women have?
Women should have all the same rights as men.
Took them a little while to respond to that one.
I love giving tours of the rotunda late at night. So most Wednesdays, if you're in Washington, I give a tour, and we're in the rotunda, and it's at night, and there are the women suffragists, and it's Susan B. Anthony, and and there's three women, and then there's an unsculpted place for the fourth person. And I say to the people in the rotunda, I say, look at that unsculpted part there. What's that for? And they look around, and I don't know. I said, that is waiting for the first female to be elected and sworn in as President of the United States. She will be carved into that unsculpted part of the sculpture and will finally be complete. We're the first state in the Union in 1986 to elect Governor K.A. Orr as our state's chief executive. I was in 6th grade. I was working on her campaign. My dad, who's a Democrat, was working on Helen Gonzalez's campaign. We had everybody in the campaign's yard signs out front. She was a great governor.
Okay, now we're going to return to questions from the floor. Will?
Hey, what's up? I'm Leah. I'm a dialysis social worker, and I'm from Bellevue.
I mean, I got to tip my hat to this guy. He's hanging in there with all these tough questions. It's a pretty good town hall. Because I saw it, like, clips of it on the Kyle Kulinski show. He did, like, clips of it. And I was like, oh, that looks pretty cool, so I'm going to check it out. But that's why I like to watch them in their entirety, because, like, sometimes, watching them in just clips, it just gives you, like, one perspective. But, like, overall, this has been pretty entertaining, all the tough questions. One thing's for sure, if Trump were to be standing there, he wouldn't have lasted. He would have gave up. He would have gave up after, like, the second question. He would have just left. But yeah, this guy's not, it doesn't change the fact, though, this guy's not a good politician.
Appreciate your focus on protecting access to dialysis care for patients in Nebraska. I'm deeply concerned by your recurring votes to reduce the SNAP program. Here's why. I know we've been talking a lot about it. Many of my severely low-income patients have either completely lost their SNAP benefits or had them significantly lowered. As a result, they are forced to depend on food banks that you mentioned. However, these foods frequently meet their strict renal diet requirements, causing them to become ill. Furthermore, your support for the big, ugly bill, whatever you want to call it, directly jeopardizes vulnerable individuals. For example, one of my patients is a refugee currently applying for Medicaid coverage, a vital service that pays for his transportation to treatments, and
Well, first of all, I told you earlier tonight, I am paying attention on the dialysis side, and I just met last week with the people that represent dialysis services in Nebraska. They have a whole coalition. We had a 45-minute conversation in my office. They agreed to get a group of Columbus dialysis patients together so that I can meet with them and find out what's going on there and why that service isn't there. And so, first of all, thank you for being in the dialysis space because it is absolutely necessary. I know that there's a guy that lives in Creighton, Nebraska, and we have icy roads. He has to come down to Norfolk and get a hotel room just so he's close to the dialysis center, because if he doesn't get there, it's literally life or death, depending on where he's at in his treatments. So you do very important work. As it relates to the nutritional needs of your patients, listen, we went back to 2019 levels. I will ask the Dialysis Coalition specifically about the concerns that you raised, but they presented me 3 bills that they wanted me to sponsor, and SNAP wasn't on that list. So you obviously are in a unique position to be able to share more information. I would encourage you to get a hold of our district director, and we will unpack that.
Very good. Will, next question.
Katie from Lincoln. Congressman Flood, I appreciate your coordination with Senator Pete Ricketts and Nebraska Attorney General Mike Hilgers to oppose the federal rescheduling of marijuana. Will you commit to continuing your efforts on the federal level to keep marijuana as a Schedule I drug with no accepted medical use so we can start clawing?
Oh, hell yeah. She's asking about medical marijuana? I'm about to pack a bong load right now.
And Nebraska Attorney General Mike Hilgers to oppose the federal rescheduling of marijuana. Will you commit to continuing your efforts on the federal level to keep marijuana as a Schedule I drug with no accepted medical use so we can start clawing back state marijuana laws across the nation?
Okay, you asked, and I feel like I need to update everybody where you don't, not update, many of you know this. I think we made a grave mistake at the ballot box when we expanded medical marijuana. It's a slippery slope. And if you look at the data, the more people that use marijuana, the increase in psychosis that goes up.
What is this? 1930s reefer madness?
I run into people as your congressman that live on the East Coast that say the minute they let that weed into their state, it has more or less paralyzed a lot of young.
I mean, I would argue that alcohol is 10 times worse.
That end up living into their 20s in their parents' basement, smoking the weed, looking at the online porn. I think it's going to be dangerous. That said, here's what I have to say. The voters of this state did vote to have medical marijuana. And I may not agree with it, but that is their decision as a state of Nebraska. And a lot of times those things, that when they go to the ballot box, I'm on the same side as the winning side, but this is not one of them. And I think that the people that voted for that have every right to expect the state to set up a system to carry out the will of a majority of the voters that changed the law. So I will add, there's something that concerns me more than the marijuana, and that is the proliferation of Delta 8 and Delta 9. This stuff is being sold and marketed to teenagers at these vape shops. It is not regulated at all. I don't care if you're for or against marijuana. You should really be paying attention to this Delta 8, Delta 9 stuff. That is where I've spent most of my time. And I can tell you, we passed a law to get that junk out of American stores.
I mean, doing too much of anything is bad for you, you know? Just gotta have like self-control.
And it goes into effect this fall. And there are members in both parties that want to do away with it. I am not in favor of that. And in fact, I would encourage you, if you have any questions about Delta 8 or Delta 9, go visit with a juvenile court judge in any county in the state. They will tell you it's this Delta 8 stuff and the Delta 9 stuff that's causing the problem because it's wildly unregulated. One thing you could say is medical marijuana is regulated or will be regulated. So I want to make a distinction there.
Okay, next question from...
I mean, if anything, marijuana is probably helping a lot of people during this Trump administration 2.0, helping them cope, you know? Imagine if, you know, marijuana was just illegal all over the place like it was in the 90s, you know, everyone would just be drinking, getting drunk, and getting mad. You know, instead people are smoking, you know, chilling out, eating some cookies.
Will.
You know me.
Oh, I do.
Hi.
Have you ever missed a town hall before?
Oh, I missed the first couple, but I'm on board now. Just to clarify, Doge cost the taxpayers $135 billion. Just for fact check. CHI, look at their charity navigator, 52%. That means only 48% went to the people. So think about that when you
You know, okay. You have this really strong bias about pot.
About what?
Delta 8. So it doesn't kill people. You really urged me to do some research. If you have 100% infused vape pen, you can OD. Now, let's talk about that. If your children are overdosing, is that because of the provider that sold them to somebody under 21?
Okay, my understanding is that vape pens are really dangerous to your cardiovascular system. In fact, a cardiologist that I know very well says that the vape pens are really dangerous, and that and that they should be more closely watched. Listen, I just don't. I think you got to go sit in a juvenile court in Nebraska and see what's happening with a lot of these young people. They are these police officers here to do a job to keep us safe. And in their off time, they can choose whether or not to give you their opinion. But I guarantee they have seen things with young people and their access to some of these unregulated products that aren't even medical marijuana, that are Delta 8, Delta 9, vapes, whatnot. All of that is something we should be concerned about. And I am concerned about it. All right, next question.
Thank you. Next question is from the cards. Why can't the Senate pass the Save America Act?
Well, as you know, in the Senate, they have a long-held rule and tradition that you have to have 60 votes to pass a law. Unless you use the process of budget reconciliation, was created in 1974 under the Congressional Budget Act that allows them to do financial-related, budget-related changes as long as it's approved by the Senate parliamentarian. The vote is, the requirement is 60 votes, and the requirement is to stay 60 votes. If we want to, here, let me back up for a second. What I can't understand is what is so objectionable about having to show a driver's license, a passport, or a birth certificate at your place, at where you vote.
It's a poll tax, and it violates the 10th Amendment.
I totally understand that some people in this room object to that. However, when you look at a poll from like a reputable pollster, 80 to 90% of Americans are on board with the basic tenets of the SAVE Act. And the other thing I'd say is, when people believe that our elections are secure, it breeds respect for law, our democracy, our country, our elected leaders. There are so many benefits from having trust in the process. Listen, we live in a state that has seen, in my opinion, very little election fraud. There are states in the nation where illegal immigrants are encouraged to vote. There are states in this nation where people who are illegal are voting. In the state of California,
This guy's so full of crap right here. There was a report from, of all places, the Heritage Foundation, and they did studies, and they're like a right-wing, organization. So even they said that in the last 50 years, only 10 people have been busted for like voting illegally. So you're more than likely to get like hit by lightning twice than find somebody that is voting illegally.
Counting votes 3 or 4 weeks after the election. That is really a problem. But here's the deal. What I would love to do, we all have to remain calm, and this is one of those issues that there's obviously disagreement on. But as Americans,
hey Martin, I agree with you. This is my first time ever watching anything about Nebraska. I like these people.
Americans, we have to find a way through this. We have to both trust our elections, and we have to live together. We are in this together. So, all right. Next question.
Okay, next question. Why is there, sir? It's not productive. Why is Nebraska a great state for testing new financial technologies?
Chris, I'm having a hard time. Hey,
sir.
Let's. We're all gonna be okay.
I think the only people that are suffering from psychosis really are the MAGA cult members from gobbling up all that orange turd every day.
Democracy is messy, right? Here we are. We're at the intersection. We're at the town square. What was the question, Chris?
Okay, let's start over. Why is Nebraska a great state for testing new financial technologies?
Well, that is like the nicest question I've gotten all night.
I'm just taking an order.
Here is our secret sauce. So when Warren Buffett began his business in the 50s and 60s, well, I get the answer. That's the beautiful thing here. Here's a great thing. He, through Berkshire, created and sponsored all of these insurance companies. In the late 60s, people like Ben Nelson, former governor, he started working in the insurance department. Well, we got really good in Nebraska at regulating insurance. Insurance, unlike any other security or commodity, is not regulated at the federal level. It's one of the few financial products that's regulated by the state. And as a result, since the late 60s, we now have 114 insurance companies that domicile in Nebraska. Everything from Geico to Aflac to Physicians Mutual to Mutual of Omaha to Pacific Life. These are companies that have over 20,000 employees here. And because our Republican and Democrat governors and their insurance commissioners have become very good at regulated insurance, we have this vibrant financial services sector. On top of that, we're a state full of active, safe community banks, some of the largest community banks in the nation, even one regional bank. And because of the way that we've structured our laws, we've seen people switch from their federal to their state charters. Plus, in 2021, a bill I passed in the legislature made Nebraska the second state in the nation to allow state chartered banks to custody digital assets, i.e. stablecoins. We were the second after Wyoming. As a result, we have one of the only banks associated with the state and the Federal Reserve that's issuing stablecoins. Listen, if we're going to grow opportunities for our young people, we have to be in the industries that they want to be in. And when you go talk to a business student at UNL or UNO or Bellevue University, I guarantee they know a lot more about digital assets than do fiat currency. That's where the world is going. That's where our currency is going. And quite frankly, if we don't go there, China will. And we want to be the world's reserve currency. And so this is in our interest as a state, it's in the interest of our children, and it's in the interest of creating jobs and opportunities in all of our communities.
Okay, as I take these cards, another one here for the SAVE Act, which we just had. The next one. Will your support having Donald Trump pay for the upgrades to the airplane given to him by Qatar, since he gets to keep it?
That airplane, as I understand it, belongs to the United States government. It was given to the United States government. It is being flown by U.S. government employees in the commission of actual U.S. government business. There is no provision in our law that any judge would see fit to give that to any citizen, notwithstanding who they are, unless that individual was the acting or current President of the United States. Now, it has been the custom of some presidents to have an Air Force One be at their presidential library, but certainly not one that's that new and that nice. That will be used by the next president of the United States, whoever that is, in 2 years. And let me say this. I don't care whether the next president of the United States is a Democrat or Republican for their safety. I want whoever that is, from whatever party, to have reliable transportation, a safe place to live, and the ability to conduct their business as President of the United States. That goes for whoever gets the job. And I have a feeling that all of you want the same. We do not want our president to be hurt in any way. Not only is it bad for the institution of the presidency, it's bad for our forward projection of power around the world. That's why I support the Secret Service having the resources they need to keep whoever the president is safe. And in the U.S. Capitol, I want members of Congress protected. I want AOC protected. I want anybody else in the Republican Party protected. But quite frankly, you know who I worry about the most sometimes? Are state senators. After what happened in Minnesota, I worry about them. I was one for 10 years. Some of the issues they deal with are very close to people's emotions, and I don't want somebody to not run for city council if they're worried about their own safety. We have to turn down the rhetoric, and we can all help.
Okay, next question. We're return to the floor. So Will, next question.
Hi, my name is Chris. I'm from Bellevue, Nebraska. First of all, when you mentioned Israel and Hamas and the terrible act by Hamas, you failed to mention the war crimes that Israel did in Gaza. And Netanyahu is up for war crimes. So just so we know that. In President Trump's July 4th speech at Mount Rushmore, he stated Democrats are godless communists. Trump has also called Democrats human garbage, the enemy within, and traitorous. I want to know, do you agree with any of these statements made by Donald Trump? And do you pledge to us you will stand up and speak up when President Trump does something or says something that is harmful to our country or to our fellow Americans? And that you put country above your party and your...
Sir, at my last town hall, I made it very clear. This at the last town hall is when they were discussing having this fund for victims of political harassment by federal law enforcement. And I said very clearly, as the first member of the House Republicans, that I didn't want one penny of any fund going to anybody that was a January 6th insurrectionist. Not one penny. And when I see something that I disagree with, I am vocal about it. To your point about July 4th, I did not listen to the president's remarks because I was at Norfolk, Nebraska, raising a huge flag 122 feet up in the air, celebrating men and women that have died in service of their country, right before I watched a huge fireworks display.
Very good. Will, next question.
Hello, my name is Whitley. I'm from La Vista. My question is about the housing bill and its impact on developmentally disabled Americans like my kids. Autism Action Partnership of Omaha participates in a Place in the World housing market analysis, and based off half a decade of this research, they've published 6 policy white papers that would help with the housing crisis for the intellectually disabled, who make up 40% of homeless Americans. So my question is two-part. Are there any measures in this housing bill to help intellectually disabled Americans attain or keep housing? And 2, would you be open to reviewing those reports and working on affordable housing policy for intellectually disabled Americans?
As to your second point, absolutely. I think it's important that we do that. I actually think the bill that passed that has the best option to help folks in that have intellectual disabilities would be the huge increase we did to the low affordable tax credit program that passed in the One Big Beautiful Bill July 4th last year. That actually is going to help, I think, the community that you want to see addressed the most. The housing bill that we're working on is a bill focused on making it easier for people who use the government programs to get more supply. And to the extent that we work down some of the environmental changes in the Section 3 requirements, I think there could be a benefit there. But I wouldn't say that it's specifically listed in the bill. So I would be very open to having a conversation about that. I will tell you, I think it's Shadow Lake, or there is a wonderful facility here in Sarpy County that's on a lake where folks that have developmental disabilities live in this beautiful place. Sheltering Tree. I have been there twice. I walk away impressed every time I go there. I think that's the model that we should have everywhere in this state. And I have great respect for the people who run it. But we need to figure out a way to make it work because it is wonderful.
Will, next question.
Carl, Lincoln, you've made a big deal about this administration making us all safer, but I have never felt more unsafe in this country than I have in the last 18 months. We now have jackbooted thugs on our streets acting outside of the law without standardized uniforms, wearing masks, who won't identify themselves, who do not present judicial warrants, pulling people off the street, and we can't even identify whether or not they're actually federal agents because they drive around in civilian vehicles. They act outside the law. You are putting everyone in this country, including our uniformed officers who are acting within the law, in mortal danger. So my question to you is, how do we, as citizens, if you will not uphold the law, defend ourselves? Do you uphold our right to use the Second Amendment to defend ourselves and do not identify ourselves?
I do support your Second Amendment right. Listen, violent crime is down. Ask the people of Washington, D.C. how much safer Washington, D.C. is today compared to a year ago. Violent crime is down in American cities. Violent crime is down in New York City. A lot of people that came here that were committing crimes have either been incarcerated or deported. The numbers speak for themselves.
Okay. Will, next question. One more from you, Will.
Shelley from Bellevue. The gentleman with the young man in the wheelchair are my husband and son. And our son suffers from a rare catastrophic seizure disorder. And my question relates to medical cannabis. You stated at a town hall back in May in Norfolk some conflicting statements. One was, quote, if the voters want something that I disagree with, it should be carried out the way that it was supposed to be carried out without undue delay, unquote. Yet in that same town hall, you also said, I am not going to use my advocacy efforts to help reclassify marijuana at the federal level. Therefore, if you won't advocate for the federal reforms needed to support Nebraska's medical cannabis program, how is that not working against the very vote you say should be respected?
Well, first of all, I appreciate the question and the situation and the reasons you're asking it. You're at the right time here. The voters of Nebraska agree with you. President Trump and his Secretary of Health and Human Services agrees with you. And the two things that you want to happen are going to happen. Listen, I look at your son, I want the best for him. I also know that there's a lot of people that come to medical marijuana and end up in a much different situation. I look at the state of Colorado, where the federal law hasn't stopped the people of the state of Colorado. People are moving to states like ours because of the proliferation. Listen, I'll tell you something. There was a time when my wife, she had a very aggressive form of breast cancer. She was 35 years old. She had the surgery that's super hard. She was on chemotherapy. She was about to go through radiation. And I looked at her in that bed and I would have given her anything I could have to make it better. I would have. I mean, I understand it. Like, I understand it. But I just see what's happened in states like Colorado.
Man, this guy's such a slime ball right here. Guys like this make me appreciate Jamie Raskin so much more.
And it is not a good outcome. But hey, by the way, this hasn't been asked and answered. The people of Nebraska have spoken. They want it. They're going to get it. They shouldn't be stopped from getting it if they want it. If they have the prescription, they follow the rules, they should get it, including your son. Of all the issues out there, this one has been asked and answered.
Okay. Returning to questions from the cards here. How will you ensure President Trump will not spend taxpayer money frivolously or wastefully?
Well, I know that a lot of people disagreed with the entire DOGE effort. However, it did lead us down a path to cut $2 trillion in spending.
Next question. What other legislation is Congress working on in a bipartisan manner besides the housing bill?
Well, what we need to work on in a bipartisan manner is extending the FISA Section 702 ability of our intelligence services to be able to, if you're an Al-Qaeda and you're emailing somebody in the United States, you shouldn't be surprised that we are in your email in Iran.
Hey, what's up, D Street? No, actually, this came out yesterday. This is pretty fresh. All right, cool. So there's only 5 minutes left of this, so this has been pretty entertaining. I'm glad we watched this. So once this is done, we'll go check out Adam Schiff did an interview today. We'll go see what's up with the homie Adam Schiff. The true patriot, Adam Schiff.
This evidence collection to continue
from the great state of California
to protect America from a strike. We need to do what we did in January and pass a bipartisan budget. You can be as set as you want to it, one party or the other, but for the first time since 2017, we actually passed all 12 bills in regular order with the exception of funding ICE and CBP. That is a victory for both parties. That means we got Democrat and Republican support in the Senate. There's, the bipartisan victories don't end up on TV because they don't make anybody mad. And if the TV's not making you mad, they're not going to keep you watching. If you watch C-SPAN, you'll see members of one party and the other in the well of the House shaking each other's hands, saying, "I appreciate you. It was good to work with you for the."
Hey, what up, Troy? All right, sounds good. Hope you have a good Thursday.
Of the country, but that doesn't sell the newspaper or doesn't sell you on TV. It doesn't sell anything on the radio. But that is the way it should work.
The next question.
Well, this will be our last question.
We've already had this one. They asked if you'd speak up against the president. He makes statements, and the gentleman asked that question. That was blank. How will you help Nebraska citizens who are caregivers?
Well,
we kind of did that one.
The last time this issue presented itself was when I was on the Revenue Committee and making tax credits available to people who provide care. We have folks here from the AARP in the front row. These two have been advocates for bills that I have co-sponsored in Congress that lift up caregivers through different tax treatment. And they will tell you that I have been a supporter, I have earned their support, and they are there on behalf of not just retired persons, but the vulnerable. In fact, this lovely lady with the long blonde hair, she herself was a caregiver for her husband, and she knows firsthand the emotional toll it takes. And
all right, this is pretty much done. But I guess to add my feedback on what we just watched, so this was some dude named Mike Flood, Town Hall from Nebraska. So when I first saw it, learned about this, it was from Kyle Kulinski. I had clips. So the clips that I saw, it painted the picture. For me, I love Kyle Kulinski, but this is also why I love watching these things in their entirety, so we can all come to our own conclusions, because but anyways, painted the picture it was just all bad, but this, don't get me wrong, this guy's a real slime ball, but at least he was there. He answered all the questions. The cops didn't get involved. Everyone was just allowed to yell their emotions. But for the most part, it was a good town hall, so it was worth the watch. But this guy completely failed when they asked him about the immigration. Yeah, he failed on that hardcore. And also Netanyahu. And marijuana, and I forget what else. But yeah, all these MAGA meat-riding politicians are all the same. They just care about lining their pockets and taking an oath to the Orange Man and not the Constitution. But anyways, let's go from that chud, and let's move on to a real patriot. His name's Adam Schiff. I don't know if you guys have ever heard, MAGA cult members, I don't know if you guys ever heard of this guy named Adam Schiff, so suggest you guys turn up your volume. You guys might learn a thing or two about a thing or two.
On big.
All right, so this is Adam Schiff here. I haven't seen this yet. I was kind of skimming through it, and I was like, all right, this is worth a watch.
If you were to make...
And this came out on Adam Schiff's channel. All right, here we go. This is about 47 minutes long, so after this, I'll probably go to sleep. But appreciate everyone that's here hanging out, you know, all the night owls hanging out, sharing your opinions. And I hope you're all staying safe out there and enjoying your snacks or whatever you got, your smoke or drink or whatever it is you do. Me personally, I'm going to make a coffee and smoke a little medicinal marijuana. Check out this Schiff interview. So this is titled "Schiff Discusses Trump's Rampant Corruption, the Democratic Party's Midterm Agenda, AI, and More." Ooh, this looks like it's going to be pretty good. Hey, please hit the like button, everyone.
A list of President Donald Trump's perceived enemies. Democratic Senator Adam Schiff from California would be right near the top of the list. From spearheading the first impeachment case against President Trump to serving on a House Select Committee investigating the January 6th attack on the U.S.
No, just some Hindu Kush.
Schiff has been labeled a traitor by many on the right. However, his vocal opposition to Trump has made him a household name on the left. So what is it like not only to be a target of Trump's words, but to actually be actively investigated by his Department of Justice? Senator Schiff, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. That's quite an introduction.
So for those who are listening or watching at home, we're actually taking this in like a pickleball gym situation. And we were talking before the show, and it appears pickleball was actually invented in the Seattle area, which is cool. Do you play?
I do occasionally play, and the fact that it was invented here means that this place has given birth to something that hundreds of thousands of people enjoy, and hundreds of thousands of neighbors don't.
I'm not quite a fan of it. No offense to anybody who plays. You can find me after the show to talk about that. I'm not here to talk about pickleball. I want to start with something you said during the first impeachment trial of President Trump when you were the lead impeachment manager. You were on the floor making the case.
I love it how they just dive right into the tea right here.
I'm not here to talk about pickleball. I want to start with something you said during the first impeachment trial of President Trump when you were the lead impeachment manager. You were on the floor making the case to the Senate, and at the end of it, you said, if right matters, we're lost. If right doesn't matter, we're lost. How do you think about that idea now, 6 years later?
Well, I think it's still very true. There was a point during the trial when I realized, having been a former prosecutor, that this was not a case like you would handle in court where you just had to prove the defendant guilty of what he was charged with, but rather that I needed to prove that he could not be left in office, that he was simply too dangerous to be left in office. And I shifted to a different kind of an argument, which was that he did not know right from wrong, that he was incapable.
Hey, what's up, GBB? I don't know. The maggots like to spread a lot of disinformation out there. I wouldn't be surprised if you Google that fact and it turns out it's false.
The truth that he was fundamentally indecent. And you couldn't leave someone like that running the country, not because he couldn't tell right from wrong or he couldn't tell the truth or he was indecent, but because those things mattered to the Senate and to the country, that we cared about right and wrong, that we cared about the truth. And I said to the senators, you are decent, he is not who you are. And I was saying it as much to the senators as I was to the country. And I think that is still very much the argument, which is he is not who we are. We are a better country than that. We don't seek to divide just to divide. We don't seek to just accelerate hate and bile. We do not warm to the basest instincts of human nature. And I think That is not who we are. I thought that then, I think that now.
Well, I mean, your opposition, some of those words has made you a target of Trump, and you're reportedly under investigation by the Justice Department looking into allegations of mortgage fraud that was referred by Bill Pulte. As we sit here on June 6th.
No, I don't think Adam Schiff takes any AIPAC money. I heard that one guy, though, man, you got to be careful with a lot of these politicians. I mean, regardless, everyone's just got to do their research and not vote for any of these MAGA loyalists, no matter what you do. But man, the Jared Moskowitz, I liked that guy for a while, and then I found out like that dude was taking all this like AIPAC money.
Of that investigation, as you understand it.
Well, I honestly have no idea. I mean, they only talk about it in the press, so I really have no idea. And I worked in the Justice Department for almost 6 years. It was a fabulous department and very professional. I worked in the Los Angeles office. It wouldn't matter. It didn't matter whether the president was a Democrat or Republican. You wouldn't even feel the difference, except maybe that the...
Hey, what up, Thorne? Hey, thanks for fact checking. Yeah, these maggots always just over there spreading disinformation.
These would change generally in one priority or another. There might be a greater emphasis on drug cases or illegal immigration cases, but generally you didn't even notice who the president was. It was completely apolitical. It is so transformed and ruinous right now. And in my old office, I think about a third of the offices quit. We see mass defections throughout the country. And for me, the canary in the coal mine happened very early in this iteration of the Trump administration when something absolutely unthinkable happened.
That's actually kind of funny, your boy, Roy. All right, that's a good one. I'm going to have to use that one on a MAGA cult member one of these days.
Anyone that ever served in the Justice Department, it was beyond comprehension. And that is the Justice Department sought to dismiss a corruption case against a major public official, the mayor of New York, in order to secure his help in something completely unrelated, and that was enforcement of the immigration policies of the president.
Someone in the chat earlier was trying to claim that like Democrats were trying to end birthright citizenship in like 1993. Just a bunch more lies.
It was unimaginable prior to this administration. And as much as there are dark and bleak things to see every day with the kind of corruption of this administration, we can't ignore and shouldn't look away from the heroes that are also being revealed. And one of my favorites was one of the attorneys on that case who had been I think he was a Scalia clerk, very conservative Federalist Society type, wrote to the Justice Department and said that I'm sure you can find some coward or some fool to dismiss this case, but it was never going to be me. And you look at that, you just got to applaud it, because I tell you, those of us in the job in the U.S. Attorney's Office, we love that job. We love that work. And for someone to be willing to be fired or walk away is a great act of courage and self-sacrifice. We've seen it in the head of the CDC, who said she would quit or be fired before she would go along in advance with the vaccine recommendations of some anti-vax group. You see it in others who have basically said that there's something more important to me than this job I love, and that is my integrity. And we ought to look to those people as our examples, not all the horror shows that we see.
How much of your day-to-day is taken up by preparing for or thinking about any kind of retribution that might come your way?
Yeah, I made the decision early on that I was not going to let the political retribution of the president affect my performance in my job in any way. I was not going to hold anything back. I was not going to refuse to do any oversight. I wasn't going to shy away from any criticism of the administration they could throw at me, whatever they're going to throw at me. I know that whatever they throw at me, if they ever throw anything at me, will
lose, will be defeated because there's nothing
You
there.
have assembled a legal team, right? Like in preparation.
Yes. Oh yes. Even with a false case or no case, it is expensive to defend yourself. You have to prepare. And
where does that money come from? I'm curious.
Well, you have to ask people for it. So we started a legal defense fund. I was just talking to Mark Kelly, and Mark Kelly was complaining about his legal bills. And I said, I bet mine are more than yours. He said, I bet they're not. And actually, he was right. I mean, imagine this. You make a video where you state the obvious, you state the law, you state the Constitution, that you have not only a right but a duty to refuse an illegal order, and you're going to get prosecuted for it, and you got to go to all the expense of it. But yes, you have to be prepared.
Man, Trump's such a disgrace going after those patriots like that. And then you had the nerve to call them the seditious six. Orange Turd's the treasonous one.
And you do, but you can't let it affect the performance of your job. Because in Mark's case, in my case, we do not want to allow this to chill not just our own work, but anyone else's. And for Mark, he knows that there are lots of retired flag officers who are watching his case, which is on appeal right now, and thinking, can they speak out anymore? And so it's not just those of us that are sort of in the political and Justice Department crosshairs. It is a badge of honor, though. That's how I view it. Roosevelt once said that there are times when you can judge a person by the enemies they make. And while I would much rather be known by my friends, by Roosevelt's standard, I'm doing pretty damn well.
You and your colleagues on the January 6th committee received a preemptive pardon from President Biden as he left office. At the time, you said that's something you weren't looking for it, you didn't necessarily want it, you said it would set a bad precedent. But I guess I'm wondering, if you look at the indictments of former FBI Director James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook on the Federal Reserve, are you glad you have one now?
No, I'm not. And I did urge administration not to do it. I thought it was a bad precedent. And the reality is, it's of little value. I mean, he may go after the January 6th committee or may not, but they will simply, if they can't go after you for one thing, they'll try to go after you for another thing. They can't go after you for that. It will be a never-ending stream of things in my case, and I think anyone else as high up on the president's enemies list. So a pardon for the work of the January 6th committee, which needed no pardon, really was of little value, and the precedent it set, I think, was very dangerous. It may very well be the case that even in the absence of what Joe Biden did, Donald Trump was planning to pardon anyone who came within 1,000 feet of the White House. And I think we can expect there'll be a raft of pardons to his family, to his friends, to his cabinet, to all the people that are engaging in insider trading and everything else going on in and around the White House. And the only hope we have of there being some justice at the end of this looting of the Treasury will come from state prosecutors, for which pardons are no defense. There are other safeguards in the system, but no, it was a bad idea for Joe Biden, and we saw on the first day of the Trump presidency what a terrible idea it has become in this administration.
I mean, you talk about what you see as corruption coming from the White House. You mentioned that instance with New York, and I have to admit that even as a journalist who covers this stuff, like I could barely remember that instance. It's just because there's been so many different stories. As you look ahead to the midterms and beyond, like, do Democrats?
Hey, what's up? That's awesome. Thank you, D Street One. Appreciate the mic drop. That's what's up. Hope you're doing well out there. Thanks for hanging out.
Risk of just kind of flooding voters with all this stuff and running the risk of them tuning out just because there's so much of it going on?
Well, at the risk of self-promotion, I have a YouTube channel where it started in the beginning of...
Hey, what up? What up, Living Dead girl? Just over here watching this this Adam Schiff What's up, Carlo? You want to say what's up? It's Carlo the Husky right here. He's kicking it. He wants to go on a midnight walk. All right, Carlo. Once we watch this Adam Schiff interview, we'll roll out. Yeah, this Adam Schiff interview is pretty good. Came out a few hours ago, actually. It's a new drop. It's a new Adam Schiff joint, as Spike Lee would say.
Second Trump term, when there was so much coming at us along the lines that you're describing, the Steve Bannon muzzle velocity of just excrement being thrown at the country, that people were saying, there needs to be someone trying to separate what's really important that happened today amidst all the terrors of what's really important that happened today. And I just did one this week on just the scandals in the month of May. So yeah, the dismissal of that case against the mayor of New York, Eric Adams, that seems like forever ago. If you look just at May, let me give you just a flavor of what happened in May. So you've got a $1.776 billion slush fund for cop beaters and other criminals. That's one.
I should say has since been popped.
MTG? Yeah, I can't watch any of those people. Like, honestly, I've never watched a second. Maybe I think I watched like a Midas Touch video about like MTG, but I don't know. I can never watch like Tucker Carlson or who's that other chick, Candace Owens, or I don't know, any of those people. Like Joe Rogan. I've never watched Joe Rogan a second of my life. I think maybe like in the 2000s, I think I watched like Fear Factor. I like the Dave Chappelle version of Fear Factor. That shit was hilarious. But yeah, I can never watch any of those people. Never even bother to watch that. I don't know, Benny Johnson. Man, they're all a bunch of weirdos. Like Alex Jones. Oh my goodness. No wonder the MAGA cult members are so brain pretzeled out. MAGA mush brain.
By the administration, just.
We hope. You've got the $1 billion ballroom. You've got the triumphal arch, which violates the law, by the way, because there's no congressional approval. You've got all of the no-bid contracts around the fountains and the pools. They're spending $5 million to literally gild horses on a statue. You've got the president buying Boeing stock before going to China and announcing a 200 aircraft deal with China. You've got the president buying Oracle before the TikTok deal. You've got the president buying NVIDIA before deciding that NVIDIA can export some of its advanced chips. You've got the president buying stock in Paramount before the merger. This is just stuff we learned in May. And I do think it's important to not allow ourselves to be numb to this pillaging.
I'm down for some Drewski though. We need some more Drewski drops and Lego videos.
But at the same time, the primary focus has to be on the fact that while the president is enriching himself and his family, he is doing nothing to address the problems of the American people. The way I view it,
And that's what I was going to ask. Like, are those examples that you laid out, are you able to make the case to the American people that directly affects their day-to-day kind of existence?
Absolutely. And the way I frame it is, this is the cost of corruption. And the cost of corruption is the president could care less about bringing down the cost of your food or your housing or your gas. He's too busy focused on improving his own.
Hey, listen up, maggots. Adam Schiff's dropping some truth bombs right now. Here, let me rewind it for 10 seconds.
Could care less about bringing down the cost of your...
All right, maggots, turn up your volume. Adam Schiff's about to learn you a little something. To leer you. He's about to leer you.
Or your housing, or your gas. He's too busy. The president could care less about bringing down the cost of your food, or your housing, or your gas. He's too busy focused on improving his own economy. His personal economy is doing Great. He's made more money in the first year of his administration than the rest of his life put together 10 times. And he can't be bothered to worry about your cost of living, and he tells you so. I mean, look how he's spending his time. He was out there again on the grounds of the construction of the ballroom, talking about the ballroom. If he spent half as much time on trying to help people afford the cost of living and bringing prices down as he spends on that stupid ballroom. I mean, imagine this. We're in the midst of an economy that's simply not working for millions of Americans, and the president of the United States is building a gold.
Yeah, any channel that calls themselves news and they got the word patriot or truth in it, you already know automatically they're just Donald Trump meat writers.
Ballroom. It's really incomprehensible. And I think that the corruption issue is very salient, but is most salient in the context of the reason why your life is not improving is that the president doesn't care about you. He's not focused on you. He's got bigger fish to fry. He's got his meme coin dinners. He's too busy. So I think the two are inextricably intertwined, and we have to make that case. And just as Peter Magyar in Hungary made the identical case against Viktor Orban, that Hungarians are suffering, their economy is not doing well, but you know what? Viktor Orban's childhood buddy is now the richest man in the country. It's the same case here as we saw in Hungary, and I hope we'll have the same result.
Well, so if that's the pitch for Democrats in the midterms, I guess the question would turn to what are lawmakers going to do if they take control of the House? Do you think Democrats should move to impeach Trump if they take the House? Just as somebody who is very familiar with the process.
In terms of what Democrats should do when we take back the House, and also now looks very possible that we will take back the Senate as well. Our Senate candidates
blue wave
are doing phenomenally well across the country. Our first priority ought to be doing everything we can to improve the quality of life for the American people. We also have a significant oversight responsibility, since so much of the reason why that's not happening is because of the rampant corruption. So we have to be able to do both. In terms of whether impeachment is the right tool to be used, we'll decide that at the time. I'm sure there will be a vigorous debate in the party about that, about whether it is viable in a Congress that even if we flip the Senate, we have seen that getting to 60 votes, getting to 2/3 even of the Senate is enormously difficult. I had an amendment up on the Senate floor last night. It was early in the morning, actually. It was about 5 a.m. in the morning yesterday, to put a stake through this slush fund. And while we got 5 Republicans and therefore had over 50 votes to kill the slush fund, it was not enough because it required 60. So we'll have to decide if the threshold is too high, if the Senate is still, even if the Republicans are in the minority, in the thrall of this most corrupted president, whether we should focus on impeachment or whether we should focus instead on using the power of the gavel and our subpoena to look into a lot of the corruption that's taken place. I, for one, want to make sure that these law firms that have capitulated, these companies that have bought space in the ballroom, these media organizations that have compromised themselves by making personal extortionary payments to the president, owing to his false lawsuits, but owing to also their lust for merger. Someone needs to look into this stuff. Someone needs to expose it, and I think that's going to be very important as well.
So when I talk to Democratic voters, number one thing that I hear is basically that they're like incredibly frustrated, incredibly angry with the state of things, and they just want Democratic leadership, lawmakers like yourself to just do something, even if that's just talk in a way that they kind of talk. And you know, they're pissed off. I guess I'm wondering, do you think Democrats have met the moment as an opposition party thus far in Trump 2.0?
Well, I totally get the frustration people have, and I think it's well deserved. And it's a frustration with both parties. And I say that because it took us a long time to get to where we are and why our democracy is in such a precarious place. And it's for the reason that our economy is simply not working for millions of people. This did not happen overnight. It did not happen just in the last year and a half or even in the first Trump term. This has been decades in the making. We have seen in the last 30 or 40 years a middle class that is increasingly struggling to get by and a working class that is finding it harder and harder to climb into the middle class. When I was a kid, my father was in the schmata business. If you don't speak Yiddish, you should learn. It's the clothing business. He was basically a traveling salesman, and he made $18,000.
Yeah, don't forget to include Trump's crimes against humanity, Adam.
Strength of that single salary, my parents bought our first home for $18,000. You could buy a house for the annual income of a clothing salesman. Of course, that would be impossible today. The year I was born, the average new home buyer was 28. Can you imagine? 28? At 28, our kids are still living in our basement. I mean, not my kids literally, but lots of kids are still living at home because they can't afford a place to live. And there's no reason it had to be so, and it is a failure of both parties that housing is unaffordable, that college is unaffordable, that young people need to get a mortgage on their education to go to school. That's on both parties. So I totally understand the frustration, and I think there are people in our party who are speaking to that and speaking eloquently to that, but we need to do more than speak eloquently to it. We need to attack it with big ideas, with bold ideas, with non-incremental ideas. I think the reason we lost the last presidential election was because the Democratic Party became seen as the party of a deeply, deeply unsatisfactory status quo. And we damn well better, when we take the majority, and even more so when we take the White House, be ready to move dramatically, to move this country in a different direction of making it possible for people to work hard and enjoy a good life and provide for themselves and their family in a world that is now global, that is automated, and is increasingly driven by AI. And we have absolutely got to meet that moment. And if we don't, there is nothing we can do that will put our democracy on solid ground. If the democracy isn't working for people, if people see the quality of life their parents had as better than what they have, then all too many are going to entertain any demagogue who comes along promising they alone can fix it.
I know you said you kind of put the blame on both parties for some of this frustration, but Democrats have been especially plagued by a brand problem. A CNN poll from late March showed just 28% of Americans had a favorable view of the Democratic Party. 28%. That's bad.
Oh yeah, no, it's bad. It's bad because Democrats have come to be perceived as a party of the status quo and a party of incrementalism. And if the last year and a half has demonstrated any.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess Adam Schiff's an all right guy, but it's like, yo, man, it's all Trump's fault, dude. Call it how it is. He's a warlord. He's just a real corrupt dude. He's a pedo protector. I mean, the only politicians, I mean, it's fucked up how we got to put in all our faith to these politicians. Like, I guess the only ones I can really trust, to be honest, is like Chris Murphy, Jamie Raskin, Mark Kelly, Thomas Massey. Everyone wouldn't agree with a lot of the stuff he agrees with, but at least he keeps it real. I don't know who else there is. There's a bunch more though.
And Democrat,
or maybe not even a bunch more, a few more.
Pay attention to this. You can move the country far and fast if you have the courage of your convictions. Now they're moving it far and fast in a terrible direction.
Oh yeah, John Ossoff. John Ossoff's solid. I like John Ossoff.
Direction in which people's rights are being limited and taken away, in which we're seeing the most inhumane immigration policies and indiscriminate violence in streets and suicides in detention centers, and you name it. But just as they have moved the country horribly backward with breathtaking speed, we can move the country forward with breathtaking speed if we're prepared to use all the levers of power.
Do you need new leadership? Like, would you support having someone other than Chuck Schumer lead the Senate?
There's going to be, there will be a general.
Yeah, I think it's time to replace AIPAC Shakur and Chuck Schumer.
Change in the Senate just as there has been in the House. And
So does that need to come sooner rather than later in your view?
Well, I think that's something I will discuss within my caucus. But I think we have a very talented bench of young people who are coming to the fore, both in terms of the House and the Senate and the presidential field. There are some really incredible talent. I am so excited, for example, about James Tallarico in Texas. He's speaking in a different way. He's igniting people's imagination. In the presidential field, of which there'll be no shortage of candidates, I don't know who the right person is at this moment. And even if I thought I did, a year from now, it may be a very different moment, considering what the country looked like a year ago. But I think there's a very good chance that just as Barack Obama met his moment and Bill Clinton met his, that someone will rise to the occasion and be right for the moment that this country is going through and lead us to a very different place, a better place. I know it's hard to see at this moment because the country is in a kind of crisis, but this too shall pass. It will be a long period of
Oh, I think I'm Adam Schiffed out. Let's go check out Sheldon Whitehouse for the nightcap. Sheldon Whitehouse is another politician that I can trust. At least you would think so, but for the most part, I've seen enough Sheldon Whitehouse where he's always just kept it real. All right, here it is right here. So this is Sheldon Whitehouse regarding the Save the Maggot Act. He's going to break it down and call out all of Trump's corruption and lies.
You could imagine why they would want to engage in special weapons and tactics to try to win the 20. Here to speak about the so-called Save America Act, which I think probably would be better described as the Steal the Next Election Act, because of the purpose that this bill has to throw the election and to throw political influence in America to the Republicans. You could imagine why they would want to engage in special weapons and tactics to try to win the 2026 election when you see the political disaster that they're enmeshed in, the mess that the Trump administration has made of the economy, the stench of corruption pervading the administration, a war that is running up gas.
Hey, what's up, D Street? Maxwell Frost. I forget who Maxwell Frost is, but I know Ro Khanna. Yeah, Ro Khanna's cool. I like Ro Khanna.
Prices and has no end in sight and no evident plan. Wherever you look, you see a party in complete disarray with Americans angry, frustrated, and befuddled by the nonsense and an election coming. So, of course, they want to change things at the ballot box. Now, where would you go to test that proposition that the purpose of this bill is to throw elections to the Republicans? Who might have a view on this that we should listen to. Oh, right. The President of the United States, the one who's caused Republicans the political catastrophe that they have looming from the disastrous second term that he has inflicted on this country. Republicans have to win this one, he said. Get this bill passed, is what he's talking about. Republicans have to win this one. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. That's how much the president thinks this bill will tank American elections in favor of him and his billionaire donors who already have way too much influence in our politics. He's talking about us here, Democrats. We know. They know if we get this, if Republicans get this bill, they probably won't win an election for 50 years, maybe longer. This is the President of the United States, the head of the Republican Party, the person most responsible for the mess that Americans are rejecting. And he's being pretty candid about what the purpose of this bill is. It's to throw the election. It's to politically interfere with the coming election so that the Republican Party, and more importantly, the billionaire backers who are pulling the strings and giving it its direction, don't lose. Don't see split government. Don't see compromise. Don't see Congress in the people's hands again. Republicans have to win this one, he said. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. And this isn't about political influence with comments like that from the head of the Republican Party. You may think he's thinking about some dim and distant future, perhaps. That this effort on the floor of the Senate right now to throw the election to the Republican Party isn't immediate. Whoops, there he goes. It will guarantee the midterms. Guy says the quiet part out loud. I'll give him that.
Sheldon Whitehouse is hilarious. He's like, whoops, here we go. Calling out Trump. I love it.
Republicans, you're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe. How would you win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe? Well, you probably can't believe that you'd win the midterms based on current polling as Americans reject the wars, the spending, the waste, the corruption, the cost increases. You can't even believe it unless you get this bill. Unless you're going to get this bill, and then you're going to win every election for a long time. It is a conceded point by the head of the Republican Party, Donald Trump, the one who has caused this year of disaster, this year and change of disaster, that the whole purpose of the exercise we're going through is to lock in Republican control. More wars, higher costs, worse corruption, by making elections unwinnable for Democrats for 50 years, by guaranteeing Republicans the midterms. So let's not pretend there's some high and mighty civic-minded motivation for this. That's just the screen. Behind the screen, Trump can't help himself. He admitted what this is all about. It will guarantee the midterms. You're going to win the midterms at levels that you can't even believe. And you're going to win every election for a long time. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. We'll never lose a race for 50 years. We'll have so fixed voting in this country, not enough with the gerrymandering, not enough with the dark money. We now have to fix elections so the Republicans will never lose a race for 50 years. He's admitted it. He's admitted it. And how do they do that? Well, the until recently.
Oh no, it's Kristi Noem, the dog killer.
Of Homeland Security, former Secretary Noem, said, we just want to make sure that the right people are voting. The right people. Gee, who might that be? And so this whole scheme gets cooked up, marketed falsely as some civic safe voting proposition, when what it really is a scheme to influence elections so that the creepy billionaires behind the Republican Party can continue to control the decisions that get made in this town. That's what this is about, plain and simple. My friends will say, oh, this is just a voter ID bill. Everybody loves voter ID. You'll hear 80-20 more than you can imagine. Oh, voter ID, just voter ID. People shouldn't have to bring their ID when they vote. Well, we did that in Rhode Island. It was a bit of a pain. You can imagine an individual person, let's say a 80-year-old woman, widow, living alone, living in, say, a senior high-rise in Providence or in Pawtucket. She's not traveling. If she had a passport, it's lapsed. She's not driving. She hasn't had a car in 5 years. Her community is largely in that high-rise, and people who come to help and help bring her groceries. She has a Social Security card because she's on Social Security, but the Social Security card isn't a photo ID. So when you bring in voter ID, you've now dumped on that lady a new hassle. She's been voting her whole life. She's been voting for 60 plus years. And now suddenly, they have a problem with her voting. Even when she comes downstairs to the voting machines that get set up in the senior center lobby to make it easier for seniors to vote, and everybody in the building knows her, but no ID, no vote. So in Rhode Island, we went through that hassle of helping people who need an ID, who for perfectly legitimate reasons didn't have one, get an ID. It was unnecessary. We had essentially zero voter fraud, but we did it, and we put in the work, and it worked out fine. So let's not pretend this is just a voter ID law. This points its attack at voter registration. If you move, so you have to re-register to vote. If you're young and are registering to vote for the first time, that's where you run into the obstacles designed to prevent certain people who aren't the right people, from being able to vote. That's where you run into the problem. And worse than that, they're trying to take the voter information that we entrust to our Secretary of State, to our Elections Board. They're trying to get the private information of voters in our voter rolls and put it into a national website controlled by, the Department of Homeland Security. The ones who are running ICE around in neighborhoods, the one who ran their agents through the Rhode Island courthouse and threatened a judge with smashing his car windows when he tried to vouch for his high school intern, who the ICE agents wrongly thought was a 30-year-old person they were looking for. We're going to trust the entire country's worth of voter information to that operation? Look at what just happened in Fulton County. In Fulton County, a Trump U.S. attorney from Missouri sent the FBI in Georgia into the election headquarters to seize all of the voter data that they had. I've separately explained what a completely fouled up operation that was, and how the way in which they did that search warrant left enormous holes for any defendant who was later charged based on evidence obtained in that search warrant to run a truck through that prosecution. They violated really basic rules that prosecutors follow. Prosecution 101, rookie dumb errors. And that leads to only one of two conclusions. One is they're idiots. They're incompetents. They have no idea what they're doing. And there's some sense around that because the local U.S. attorney in Georgia wanted no part of this mess. It was being directed by Washington through Missouri into Georgia. The FBI special agent in charge in Georgia didn't seem to like it much. He got run out of his job, presumably for objecting to this nonsense. But there's a worse theory than that this was a completely incompetent screw-up of a search warrant execution. And that is, they didn't mind leaving all these holes for a future defendant, somebody charged on the basis of that evidence, to exploit. They didn't mind opening these unnecessary vulnerabilities in a case for a defendant who might later be charged to exploit, because they never thought there would be a defendant. The point wasn't to do a criminal prosecution or even a criminal investigation. The point was to use the search warrant process falsely in order to get their hands on a massive amount of voter data in a swing state. That's being litigated right now.
Hey, what up? What up, D Street? Hey, thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. Have a good Thursday. Hey, what's up, Robert? Hey, doing well. Thanks for asking. How are you doing? What up, Thorn? What up? What up, everyone? What's up, Tina? What's up, Rock James? What's up, James? What's up, Tammy Mammy? What's up, J-Fo? What's up, Aloha Kitty? Yeah, just Sheldon Whitehouse breaking down the Donald Trump's illegal Save the Maggot Act. Checking it out. I think this is actually my third time watching this, but this never gets old. You know, gotta keep on playing it too. You know, for all the people out there, because Sheldon Whitehouse breaks it down.
We will.
But yeah, I appreciate everyone that's here, chilling, sharing your opinions. Please hit the like button. There's still about 30 minutes left, so we'll just ride it out to the end. And then after that, I'll probably either go to sleep or go get some food or something. Most likely go to sleep.
But that's the kind of effort.
Man, you build up quite an appetite, though, dealing with a lot of these maggots.
by this administration to use the federal government to seize private voter data, that would be exactly consistent with why we need to worry about DHS, which only wants the right people to vote, getting a mass.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, the Chris Murphy one. I swear, the Chris Murphy one and the White House one. I like White House has one where he connects all the dots with Trumpstein files with Trump and Epstein and Putin.
Out.
But yeah, the Chris Murphy 500 Days of Trump Corruption, that one's excellent.
Personal voter data. In Rhode Island, our Secretary of State is fighting that right now because he understands that Rhode Islanders want their voter data to be private, to be safe, and not to be part of some massive political election interference operation run using ICE, using FBI, using DHS, and using this voter information to hand out to political operatives to make sure that a weaponized federal government is not used to try to throw the election. It is no small thing to have the Department of Homeland Security want data on every voting American. In recent years, Republican heads would have exploded about that idea. It used to be a party that cared about voter privacy, that in the contest between an individual and the government tried to take the side of the individual. But now that their billionaires control the government, flip, now they're on the side of the government. And they want your data. It's so bad that it seems they've even had one of their little muskrats, the doggy boys, running around in government. Remember that operation when Musk was the president's close advisor and there were Doge people? Turns out there may even have been your Social Security data taken. We'll find out more about that. So this is no small thing, and if you want to know what the motive is, just ask the people who are running this. We just want to make sure the right people vote. We'll never lose a race for 50 years if you pass this bill. It'll guarantee the midterms. You're going to win the midterms at levels you can't even believe, and you're going to win every election for a long time. That is putting the fix in. That is using the power of government to put the fix in to fix the elections that choose who runs the government. That is about as un-American as it gets. So, why is it that they're so afraid about the midterms? What is it that makes them have to put in place mechanisms from voter ID to registration restrictions to data control that will give them the tools to guarantee the midterms? Why not run on the record? Because the record stinks. That's why. And voters know it. This is where President Trump's approval rating has gone. He's down 15%. He's down more than 25% since when he came in. That is a crash in confidence. And I believe this ended before this Iran, what did he call it, excursion? That has driven up gas prices by about $1 a gallon already with no end in sight. So they're looking at election disaster. And for a really good reason. Here are Trump's job approval ratings. His disapprovals have been going up and up and up to nearly 60. His approval has been going down and down and down to below 40. There is a more than 20-point swing between his disapproval and his approval. That is a politically lethal place to be. That is a signal that you have made such a mess of your unified control of government that voters want something different, want something new, want a change, are sick of the nonsense. And when you're looking at that, and you're looking just a few months down at November, man, time to make sure you change the law so that we can make sure the right people are voting. And let's take a look at a few examples of why it is that Trump's disapproval is more than 20 points above his approval. Why is it that they're in such trouble politically? Why is it that these approval ratings have dropped 15 points and 25 from net zero, from before net zero? This is a real problem. And we're not the only ones looking at this data. The billionaires who run the Republican Party these days, the billionaires who tell Trump what to do, and boss him around and give him big gifts and super deals for his family and his cronies and his friends, they're watching this too. They've never had it so good right now. They can basically secretly, quietly run the United States government through the Republican Party. What a deal. Poor men want to be rich, rich men want to be king. And they get to be king from the shadows with dark money and influence and a Republican Party that hops to their tune. So they're not happy.
So when will we know the SAVE Act? I mean, it already failed, but they're trying to pass it through some other ways. But when will the MAGA tears really start rolling in when it officially fails? Because I'm looking forward to the MAGA tears from the SAVE Act being just long gone. Another part of Trump's corrupt history.
That's why they need emergency measures that will guarantee the midterms. That's what we're involved
All right, James, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
in today. Trying to make sure that elections are fair, trying to make sure that everybody has a shot to vote, trying to make sure that for real, this is an election that reflects what the American people get to choose. Why are those numbers so terrible for Trump and Republicans? Because things aren't so great for the American people right now. The annual cost of residential electricity is up in almost every state in the last year. In some cases, it is up a lot. $278, $210, $123, $159, $171 up in Maine. People understand that their electric bills are going up. And if they're paying attention, they understand that their electricity bills are going up because Trump and his administration are deliberately pushing clean energy away from the grid. They're deliberately keeping cheap, clean energy off the grid so that for any given level of demand, the grid has to go where if it doesn't have the cheap, clean energy? It has to go to the polluting fossil fuel plants. And those plants set the grid price when they're called up. And when they set the grid price, they're more expensive than clean energy. So everybody's costs go up. And all that excess money, the billions of dollars that get sucked out of consumers' pockets, out of ratepayers' pockets, when they have to pay the higher prices of fossil fuel compared to the lower prices of clean energy, that whole delta of billions of dollars flows where? Right, to Trump's billionaire fossil fuel donors, to the ones that he went to in Mar-a-Lago and said, give me $1 billion and I'll give you everything you want. I need your money to win this race. And what do? They coughed up hundreds of millions of dollars. Did they get to the billion? We don't know because so much of the money is so dark. But we know they got hundreds of millions to Trump. And now he's paying them back by stopping and slowing down clean energy, which would lower costs for people. And instead, he drives the cost up. And that's why so much of this is happening. I'll give you an example. The Trump administration has messed around twice with the offshore wind farm off of Rhode Island called Revolution Wind. Out of the clear blue sky, for no cause, they dropped a stop work order on the project, stopping it dead when it was about 80+% complete. Well, that caused them a little problem because the Trump administration had been in court defending that very project against fossil fuel front groups who were suing it to slow down its arrival on the grid. So the lawyers, the like regular, normal federal lawyers who were in there defending this, defending their permit, suddenly had to pull a 180 about the same project in the same courtroom and suddenly say, oh no, that project that we've been defending until this minute is suddenly now all bad because of this ridiculous stop work order. Well, the judge didn't take long to throw out that stop work order because it was illegal and even preposterous. And the Trump administration then let the appeal period expire, so there's no longer a time to appeal it. So it's like, okay, that's done. Back to work, everybody. And sure enough, they went back to work. And what happened 30 days later? 2 days before Christmas, without notice, men and women going out to work on these projects were told, nope, new stop work order. Sorry about your Christmas. Not sure when you'll ever come back to work. Too bad you were relying on.
Wow, what an evil dude Trump is. Laying off all those people a few days before Christmas. And he's out there claiming he's creating all these jobs. What a liar.
His wages, you're done now. Well, fortunately for the project, that second stop work order crashed and burned in court just as badly as the first illegal stop work order had. My point is they went to enormous illegal effort to slow down that project. Why? Because by contract, Revolution Wind is going to bring 9-cent kilowatt hours to our...
What are you talking about, Cool Winter? You need to get some help out there, man, but hope you find the help you need. But by the way, that Tyler Robinson guy, that guy came from a MAGA family. Guy was MAGA born and bred.
Grid, 9-cent kilowatt hours is what they sell for by contract. And how much does it cost on our grid on average? 18 cents. Revolution Wind was going to bring 350,000 homes worth of low-cost 9-cent clean power onto our grid. So they wanted to stop it. Because then, without that clean, inexpensive power, the grid would have to go up, 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 what they call the generation stack, calling up more and more different units to burn gas and oil and make electricity. And all that extra money gets moved from customers' pockets to Trump's big donors, his big fossil fuel donors. It is a scheme. It is on purpose. These people may not know it yet, but by November, I hope they will learn that the reason their electric rates went up was on purpose. On purpose. So that Trump and his cronies could pay off his big fossil fuel donors with all that extra revenue from their delay and their blocking of cheaper, cleaner energy. In the billions. In the billions. And of course, it's not just electricity, where people know that they have an administration that is not looking out for them, that is looking out for the big corporations, the big polluters, the big donors.
Hey, thanks, Thorne. Appreciate it.
You probably can't read this, so I'll read it. My cost of living has increased 80 to 16. My grocery costs have gone up 79 to 17. My utility cost.
Hey, Angel One, are you talking about Donald Trump?
Like electricity have gone up 69 to 22. These are huge numbers that match the dissatisfaction I showed already with where Trump is. More than 20 points in the hole with voters and going the wrong way. Approval rating collapsing before the whole Iran mess has kicked in to voters' budgets. It is a real mess. And our electricity prices, look where they're going.
Well, hey guys, I'm gonna get my step on. It's been stimulating folks, but I'm out of here. Thanks for everyone that hung out. Thanks for everyone that voted. Let's see what happened with the poll. So out of like about 1,000 votes, 60% of the people say that Donald Trump is a disgrace to the country, which makes sense, because that's how the midterms are going to go with the blue wave tsunami. It's going to be a wipeout. Get your surfboards ready, y'all. But yeah, Robert, hey, thanks for hanging out. Hey, aloha, Kitty. Thanks for chilling. Appreciate you. Thorne. Let's see. Hey, Rock James. All right, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, you guys all have a good night, morning, wherever you're at, afternoon, and see what Thursday brings. I'm over here on the West Coast, so it's about 1 a.m. It's a good time to tone it down, to wind down, and get ready for tomorrow. All right, everyone. You guys all have a good one. Take care. All right, peace out.